Hey, how's it going, everyone? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me see here. Let me say hello to some people before we get started, and thanks some people, of course. AJN coming in with the 11 months. Thank you. Scatman with the 39 months. Mint with the 16. Thank you so much, Mint. Simon with the 43. AJ with the 30. Snake, thank you for gifting a sub to Kefka. Much appreciated. Gurko with the tier 2 and the 43 months. Thank you so much, Gurko, keeping that tier 2 up. We should have some new emotes coming soon. Maybe some of them will be tier 2 as well, because I'm going to have to mix them around. I don't have space for many more tier 1s. But I'll probably remove some of the non-MGS tier 1s that we have now to make place for a couple more. As you might have heard, we are doing another big marathon on this channel, which will be on the 26th. Be starting on the 26th, and this time it's going to be a big 5-day marathon with Peace Walker and 5. So yeah, that'll be a big one, starting on the 26th around 11 a.m. GMT UK time. So around 5 hours later for you guys in the US. Warp World with the 36 months. Thank you. Crawling Chaos with the 5. Fooly Cooley with the 2 as well. Thank you. Anyone else I have to thank here? Adam with the 6 as well, with the 6 months. Thank you. Ghosternaut with the 4. Ben Dixon with the 5. Jay Dory with the 2 years. Thank you so much, Jay Dory. Kang with the 5 months. Thank you. Ashia with the 8 months. Cheers, everyone. Sorry that I left you guys hanging for a while. You know, I got caught up in that Yakuza Like a Dragon playthrough. I really didn't mean for it to go on for that long. Like 16 or 17 5-hour streams or something. I'm really going to have to manage those kind of playthroughs differently in the future, I think, now that I'm doing Metal Gear on this channel, because it's just not going to work. But Davwell, thank you very much for the 34, and Ashia again. Cheers, guys. So, let me just see here as well. Hey, same to you, Snake. I didn't really do much for St. Patrick's Day today. I do have some beers that I could drink during this stream. I might have a couple of beers, but nothing too crazy. This stream won't be. I'm not gonna finish this in one sitting. We'll do this over 2 or 3 sittings, I would say. Today's session might be fairly short as well. We'll see how it goes. We'll try and go for 4 or 5 hours anyway. But yeah, I want to do a big, juicy MGS4 playthrough. I know years and years and years ago, DRK did a playthrough where he listened to the Integral podcast. He did a whole Integral podcast playthrough, but I don't think we've done one of those in a long time, and I've never done one of those before, and I've never even listened to the whole podcast. So a lot of this might be new for me. Um, as well. So yeah, we'll listen to all the podcasts as we play through the game. Um, we'll also watch the making of, and there are a couple of different making ofs for this game actually. Um, when we might watch all of them. We'll see. We won't do that at the beginning though. We'll maybe watch one of them halfway through and maybe watch another one at the very end or something like that. Um, Something else that I also really want to show here. Um, the podcast with its "this is the correct route" and DRK went a different way. We'll have to see how that goes. I know there are some funny moments in the podcast where they're like, you should probably play it as a stealth game. It works best as a stealth game. We're kind of trying to be the third person shooter here, but it's probably not going to play it as well if you play it as a third person shooter. Um, but yeah, the first podcast is a bit obnoxious as well. The first podcast is basically an Apple advertisement, which maybe you could argue fits with the theme of the game. Um, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see about all that when we get into it. Of course, another thing that I want to show is the trailers. MGS4 has some pretty interesting trailers that reveal certain things about the subtext in the game and the autobiographical elements in the game. The first trailer is particularly interesting, which we talk about occasionally on stream. The Alan Smithee trailer. Um, However, we don't talk about a lot of the other trailers, and those are also pretty interesting in a few different ways. So we'll take a look at those other trailers as well. Um, so yeah, lots of stuff to go into for sure. Let me see here. JJ gifting a sub to Metal Gear Solid 4. Thank you, JJ. How's it going? With the 2 months as well. Cheers, man. Black Stan Marsh with the 21 months. Thank you. Spike with the 8 months. Thank you. Big Tez with the 20 bits. Who else did I not thank? Casual MJ. I'm not sure if I thanked you with the 6. Dab with the 34 again. Bad Humans coming in with the 16 months. Cheers, Bad Humans. I've been enjoying all the banter and the posts on Twitter, Bad Humans. You always keep my interest in the series revitalized or vitalized. Always good talking with you. Let's see here. All right. Let me just get this shit off the screen. Oh yeah, I'm also testing out a new capture card here as well, so maybe we'll run into some technical difficulties. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Of course, immediately we run into technical difficulties. There really shouldn't be a black screen here. I don't know why there's a black screen. Hold on. I was testing this shit for like half an hour before I started the stream. Maybe longer. Hold on. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. You're just gonna have to bear with me for another few minutes because I'm gonna plug in my other capture card because I'm not bothered fucking around with this for another 20 minutes. My other capture card will work. It might just fuck up occasionally. 1 second. Jesus Christ. I'll play some more tunes while you wait. Okay, I think we are ready to go. Let me see here. So here we have a whole list of trailers. I decided to just stick them on my PS3. Um, Let me just take a look at subs as well to make sure I'm up to date. Shadow Cloud is the last one I see here for 3 months. Okay, I think we're good. God damn it. It's just something about starting the stream on OBS. Once it was an actual stream, the capture card decided no. Sorry, can't do that. Okay, when you're testing it and previewing it and recording everything off stream, but once it goes live, everything shits the bed. But I'm sure I'll be able to sort that out in the future anyway. So one thing that I was thinking of recently, or that I was rediscovering about MGS4, and something that we never really talk about, we always talk about how Kojima wanted to, obviously he never wanted to make 4 and wanted to pass the series down to his team. And which is something he tried to do with 3 and tried to do with 4. And originally, Shuyo Morata was assigned to be the director of this game. But something I completely forgot about was that there was a fan backlash to Morata being appointed director. This was something I only really rediscovered recently. We always talk about the fan backlash to MGS2 and how that inspired later developments in the series. But originally, Morata was assigned to be the lead director of this project. Kojima thought he succeeded, but no, the fans weren't having it. So this is another thing that really just reinforces what he said about 4. How I began to wonder if the message of the previous games really got through to both my team and to fans. And then I started to wonder, maybe there are some things you can't pass on. And that's why so many of the characters seem to regress in MGS4. Raiden is, didn't really become the person that he was at the end of MGS2. He didn't really develop to be that person. He regressed. And Naomi, who's like the opposite of who she is at the end of MGS1. And of course, Snake, who doesn't really have much to say anymore. He's just doing his duty, fulfilling his obligation. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting just looking at that again. I completely forgot about that there was a backlash to Morata being appointed the director from the fan base. That was one of MGS2's main goals. That was, if you watch the making of, he talks about how with MGS1 and 2, he really wanted to teach his team how to make MGS and that they would go on to make future games in the series. And, the story of the game reflects that. The themes of the game and the story of the game extended to his own life. The story is all about these characters passing on these legacies and the passing on of knowledge and skills and experience and everything. But yeah, let's get into this first teaser trailer with all this knowledge because it's pretty interesting. I need to unmute. This is where the story begins. This is where the real story begins. This was the announcement trailer, by the way. First trailer for the game. Damn, I'd be pretty scared being a member of Kojima's team after this trailer. This is what the fans wanted. He's back! Yay! The Roman numerals there with the bullets is interesting. Go home! The laughing from the audience there. The flower petals from 3 is interesting there. Three, 4, 5, 6. So there is the first trailer for MGS4. Pretty weird. Pretty strange way to announce a game, that's for sure. Let's go back and take a look at a couple of things. One thing that's pretty interesting about this opening logo video here as well is that it really ties in with MGS3's opening. You know, the same plane, the Fox unit, all of that. And this was something I'd never really realized until I read Terry Wolf's latest book, where he spoke about how this was probably how MGS3 had a bit of a meta commentary when Zero tells Snake, you know, if this mission succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit. He tells Snake that at the beginning of the mission. And Kojima Productions didn't exist before MGS3. Kojima Productions was formed after the release of MGS3. And what did they use? The Fox logo, the exact same Fox logo that's in the game. So when Zero is telling Snake, you know, if this mission succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit, that's probably some underlying... That's probably the underlying meaning there, that's Kojima talking about possibly getting the opportunity to set up his studio if the game succeeds. And it's pretty interesting that the first logo video even uses the plane from the beginning of the game. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. But let's skip ahead. So what's this supposed to mean, right? Snake is obviously Kojima throughout this trailer. He's trying not to get spotted behind the wall as he spies on his team, right? Because all these soldiers run and they're all members of his team. Is this him, like, kind of creeping around during the development of 4 when it started, when Morata was the was the director, kind of snooping around? Oh, what's going on here? Is everything going okay with this project? And it's interesting as well how all these taglines feature within the game itself. You know, when we see that cardboard box at the start of the game that says "No place for Hideo," we'll get to that later. But yeah. Hideki Sasaki, there's Johnny. What's interesting here as well is that he's like trying to take the director's chair, which isn't really what happened in real life, but yeah, a lot of it obviously feels like a response to that Morata backlash, where he's kind of giving the fans what they want, and we hear them all cheer when he takes the seat. But then when he reveals that his true identity might be Raiden, they go, no, no, no. Gunning down his whole team as well is pretty interesting. So here, we've obviously spoken about this many times before, Alan Smithee. Alan Smithee is a pseudonym used by film directors who want to disown the project that they're working on. A quick Google search will find you a list of movies where this was the case. Usually films that didn't do very well, where the director didn't have creative control and they didn't want to have their name associated with the project. Like, I think David Lynch used Alan Smithee on Dune, which he was, ashamed of and, felt that he sold out working on that project because he didn't have final cut. But yeah, there are a load of movies that used the pseudonym. So pretty interesting that we see this here in the trailer. Obviously, this was not something that Kojima wanted to make, which he made it more out of obligation rather than anything else. Then it gets replaced by Shuyo Murata, who was originally assigned to be the director. No place for Hideo. Now this, I'm not really sure how to interpret this within the context of what happened. But general frustration with his team? I don't know. The butterfly is interesting as well, which we associate with MGS4. They're a picky bunch, those MGS fans. Yeah, you can come back, Kojima. We'll fucking send death threats to the whole team if you don't come back. But the main character better be Snake as well. Or else you'll get death threats. Snake showing up in the Splinter Cell gear is kind of weird as well. You kind of get the sense that the Ground Zeroes intro is a sort of homage to that as well, with how the night vision goggles look and everything. But I guess here even more so. Everybody claps. Fuck you, Raiden. I love the sparkles around Raiden, yeah. Hideo and Seeds. Obviously, Solid Snake is not in MGS3. This is kind of weird. It kind of feels like this is Kojima just commenting on, lamenting what the series is going to become, perhaps. You know, just like a conveyor belt. You know, this is just going to go on forever. Obviously, MGS5 doesn't exist by this point. Neither does 6, but this is it. It really ties in with what we see when we meet Naomi in MGS4. There's a very like overt comparison in that scene between the SOP system and the game itself, and the development of the series. You know, when you see the PS3's main menu and it cycles through all the games, and underneath MGS4, it says under construction, under construction. So I think this might be some similar symbolism here as well. But there's the first MGS4 trailer. It's a wild one. Let's take a look at another one, shall we? Some of the other ones that we don't really watch too often. We've shown that one quite a few times on the channel. When it comes to these other trailers, I don't think we've watched them that often. And it's pretty interesting to see in a number of different ways, not just because of the meta commentary and indications of subtext in the game, but one of the really interesting things about these other trailers, I think, are the character designs. The character designs look very different. And the mood as well feels a bit darker. Let me just take a look here as well. Countess with the 5 months. Thank you. The Raging Punk with the 15 months and the 2 in a row. Who else here? Black Chapters with the 4. Visionary with the 4. Clipdoor with the 43. Steve-O Crew with the 33. Shadow Cloud with the 3. Thank you so much, guys. Cheers. Yeah, we're getting old now, man. This game is quite old now. So which one do I want to watch next? The Reveal 2005 trailer, I guess. Some of these are pretty bad quality. Unfortunately, one of them has really bad audio. It's really hard to find good quality versions of these trailers. But this one I think is good. This one was remastered. Finally, a policy switch. That's interesting. battlefield you can find anywhere, anytime.
こちらスネーク、聞こえるか?
I love that shot. We never get that in the game, I don't think. Or maybe we do get something similar. It just feels really different with how he looks. Really looks in pain. Really bad humans. You'll have to link that to me. I don't think I've seen that.
Otacon.
待たせたね。今度こそ僕の出番だ。
今どこにいる？
もち安全なところ。
これ遠隔操縦か？
うん。歩行制御はセルプロセッサだよ。
Okay, I'm not sure if that's an intentional metaphor, but it's well known that they had a lot of issues working with the PS3. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a jab at the PS3, but it's kind of funny. We're working with the cell processor, and then it flails around and falls on the ground. I'm not sure if that's Kojima actually commenting on the cell processor, or if they weren't aware of how difficult it was to use at this point, because this is pretty early on, so that may be overanalyzing, but who knows when it comes to Kojima and his trailers.
まずいことになった。囲まれてる。
そうだね。
うまい手はあるのか。
いや、突破するしかない。
ご親切に。一緒に来るか。
もちろんずっと追跡してるよ。スネーク、
なんだ。
タバコやめたんだね。
いや、火種を探していたところだ。
まさにそこは火種の真っ只中だからね。
行くぞ。もはや隠れるところはない。メタルギアソリッド4、ガンズ・オブ・ザ・パトリオット。
Again, MGS5 came up there as well again.
ところでオタコン、セルプロセッサーってなんだ？
コンピューターアーキテクチャに革命をもたらした高性能マルチコアチップだよ。
Forgot about this.
軍事にも利用されてる。
そんなものが戦場に必要なのか？
あ、プラットフォーム戦争に勝つためにはね。
このメタルでか？
それはこれから僕たちが証明するんだよ。スネーク、この先僕らはどこまで行くのかな。楽しみだ。
It'll be the key to winning the console war. That's pretty interesting as well. Given the story and its whole theme of proxy wars, people being used as puppets, stand-ins in the place of someone else to be used for another cause. Makes me wonder if that's also a part of the whole proxy storyline, if it's supposed to be commenting on the console war. Obviously, Kojima had a bone to pick with first-person shooters around this time. This is no FPS, this is MGS. And I think a lot of the game is sort of commenting on the industry and where Kojima thinks the industry is going. The SOP system being a part of that, where things are becoming too refined, too streamlined, that there's no place for Hideo anymore, no place for a creator like Kojima. I was talking about this with the guy on Twitter a few days ago. Some of you might have seen me retweet a thread about refinement culture and how we now live in this age of like extreme analytics where so much of life now is automated. I think a lot of this game is kind of commenting on that, or it's where Kojima sort of saw the industry going. It's interesting as well for me looking back at this, because the PS3 era almost killed my love for games. I spoke about this on the podcast that I was on, the Kojima Frequency, a few weeks ago. And it's kind of interesting. I kind of felt what this game was talking about at the time, although I didn't really realize it at the time when I played MGS4. But looking back on it now, I really felt that when I went from playing the PS2 to the PS3, that games were becoming too streamlined. You really got the impression that there wasn't as much creative influence on the games, that, you know, games were starting to be made more by a committee of people rather than people with a vision and people who wanted to really create something. But yeah, I feel like Old Snake as a stand-in for Kojima is really commenting on a lot of that. You know, like at the start of Act 5, when Meryl slams into Outer Haven, and she's not wired to the system anymore, and Snake is like, oh, it makes you feel alive, doesn't it? All these other people who are tied to the system.
そうだね。Snake は今までの MGS シリーズの中で一番の人気キャラクターだったよ。
All these other people who are tied to the system.
うん。
But Let's take a look. Hold on. Let me thank some more people. Let's see. Bag of Crabs with the 2 months. Thank you. Doubloon with the 42 months. Thank you. JJ, gifting the sub to Jaguar King. Kurt Rules with the 9 months. Billy with the 21. Old Red with the 4. Poops with the 38. My God. Cheers, guys. Another, it really feels like Kojima at the end of that trailer when Otacon says, I thought you quit. Because that was what was supposed to happen. He was supposed to hand it down to Morata, but now he's back. The old dog is back. Let's take a look at another one of these. Which one will we do next? Oh yeah, this one is pretty depressing. This one is really long. This one's 15 minutes long. Let's watch this one next. The quality for this one probably won't be nearly as good, unfortunately, but
戦争は変わった。一つの時代が終わり、俺たちの戦争は終わった。
例のマンハッタンの事件以来、他国への軍事介入が緩和され、傭兵派遣会社の台頭が始まった。今や世界の軍備は傭兵派遣事業を含む軍事請負企業 PMC に大きく依存している。もはや PMC は世界にとって脅威となりつつある。
アメリカは世界に武力を輸出しすぎた。ツケが回ってきたんだ。
その全兵力の合計は米軍にも匹敵する勢いだ。我々の調査によれば最大手の PMC5 社がダミー会社を通じてたった1社のマザーカンパニーによって運営されていることが分かった。
そのマザーカンパニーが
アウターヘブン。
戦士が唯一生の充足を得られる世界。戦争は変わった。国家や思想のためではない。利益や民族のためでもない。金で雇われた傭兵部隊と作られた無人兵器が果てしない代理戦争を繰り返す。命を消費する戦争は合理的な痛みのないビジネスへと変。
Interesting how that line is different. Doesn't say that in the game. It's slightly different here. A rational, well-oiled business transaction.
どうした？戦争は変わった。ID 登録された兵士たちは ID 登録された武器を持ち ID 登録された兵器を使う。体内のナノマシンが彼らの能力を助長し管理する。遺伝子の制御、情報の制御、感情の制御、戦場の制御、全ては監視され統制されている。戦争は変わった。時代は抑止から制御へと移行し、大量破壊兵器によるカタストロフは回避された。そして戦場の制御、歴史のコントロールをも可能にした。戦争は変わった。戦場が制御管理された時、戦争は不変のものとなった。
戦火をさらに拡大し、かつてビッグボスが唱えていた理想郷を実現させるつもりなのだ。
運命という束縛から解放される。兄弟、俺たちは自由だ。PMC シーがそこまで軍備を整えるのを見逃していたのか。
PMC や軍には完璧な管理制御システムが導入されている。兵士の体内にナノマシンがある限り、彼らはクライアントに銃口を向けることさえ許されない。
Snake really looking like a granddad here with this character design. I think I prefer this character design.
死者が目を覚ますぞ。スネーク、急いでくれ。
Definitely looks a lot more Japanese.
懐かしい顔がお待ちだ。
スネーク。
大佐。
その呼び方はよしてくれ。奴の居場所が分かった。中東だ。詳しくは道中で話そう。
Yeah, Otacon and Campbell look the same for the most part. Snake looks very different.
今奴を止めなければもう後はない。
ああ、リキッドが動き出した。
リキッドはその強大な軍隊を率いて武装蜂起の準備を進めている。
ナオミ、教えてくれ。この体はいつまで持つ？
体内のあらゆる場所で老化が始まっている。常人ならもう立ち上がることもできないはず。 もってあと半年。それがあなたの命。
Oh, the frames! Oh, Jesus! The power of the cell compels you! Oh, God! The little smile. I don't think he has that smile in the actual game. I don't think he smiles like that. That's kind of cool. He has this little action hero moment, but gets cut off. Oh, the bloom. No place for Hideo.
やめよスネーク、もう限界だ。
今すぐ死ぬわけじゃない。
違う、相手が悪すぎる。倒せるような相手じゃなかったんだ。
罪は当人が償うべき。これだけは次の世代へ委ねるわけにはいかない。罪を未来に残してはいけない。
誰にも奴を
I love those screens and that font that they use.
ことはできない。愛国者たちが関与している。世界を救えるのは
Jarring hearing Naomi sounding awake. I was thinking of that earlier. I was like, you know, I probably wouldn't hate Naomi as much if I played the game in Japanese. I mean, to be fair to Jennifer Hale, she's not as bad in 4 as she is in the Twin Snakes. In the Twin Snakes, Jesus, you can see her reading off the page. Like she sounds so fed up doing that script. But
this thing is too cool.
Yeah. She's a bit better in 4.
君たちしかいない。
Whoa! Look at that character design.
ラリルレロって何のこと？私たちは新生フォックスハウンドよ。
終わらせよう、スネーク。これが僕らの最後の戦いになる。全ての罰を僕らが受けるべきだ。
アベル殺しでイブに追放されたのはお前の方だ。身内を殺した後はどうする？罪を受け入れて自分を葬るか。
Interesting. We don't get that dialogue in the game. This trailer is going heavy on the religious allegories, Christian allegories.
戦争は変わった。一つの時代が終わり、俺たちの戦争は終わった。だが、俺にはまだやらなければならないことが残っている。最後に課せられた罰は、俺の遺伝子、ミームをこの世から抹消すること。
In caps.
それが俺に残された最後のミッション。
Cool trailer.
世の中には語り伝えられないものがある。伝えてはいけないことがある。紡いではいけない命がある。
Ah, yes. And the Raiden reveal. Notice how this is, it's all, I think it's identical to the scene in Act 2. You know, with all the moves and how he goes from gecko to gecko and all the animations and everything. The only thing that's different is the setting. This is all in Act 1. From a recognizable place in Act 1 as well. I forget the name of the area. But it's you know, it's the same area as it's the same area you play in the online. I think anyway. Yeah. Exact same. I really like this without any music, just the sound effects.
Snake, 今度は俺が守る。
He keeps doing this with all of these trailers. That's interesting. Now he's doing it with the release date. You know, MGS 3, 4, 5, 6, back to 4. MGS 5, back down to 4. 2006 to 8. No, cross that off. It's 7. That's interesting. That's a common theme throughout the trailers. Okay, that was interesting. Meryl's design, super anime. In that, even more so than Snake's design. Yeah, I think I do prefer this Snake design. I mean, I like his design in the game as it is. Feels more westernized in the release version. But yeah, really setting the tone. This is gonna be a gloomy affair. A funeral for Metal Gear is what it really feels like. This tone they're setting. All the focus put on Snake there. Interesting how he's killing himself in this room here as well. Obviously this is never portrayed in the final version. I wonder if this was originally the idea. That's way more depressing, like blowing his brains out in just some random blown out building. I can't imagine this was ever the plan. But that's really depressing. You know, that image of him in the room. Pretty depressing. Let's see. The 2007 trailer is pretty much identical to what we get in the final release. Everything looks the same. We might not even bother watching that one. Well, I think we'll do one more maybe, and then we'll get to the actual game. Let me thank some more people as well. Juicy Mango with the $5. Thank you. Go buy yourself a nice pint of Guinness on this day, dog smile. I would if I could, Juicy. But thank you. Thank you. Martian Dude as well. Thank you for gifting a sub to Goolicious. Cheers. Amazing Blanket with the tier 2 and the 18. Thank you. Running with Scissors Stoned. What a name. With the 2 months. Thank you. 21st Century Schizoid Men with the 2 months. Thank you. Outer Heaven Gamer with the tier 1. Thank you. Liquid with the 6 months. Thank you. Colonel with the $5. Thank you. Aranesis with the 43 months. El Rassel with the 6. Blood Sense with the 44. And now I think I'm retreading old ground. Bag of Crabs with the 2. Doubloon. Cheers, everyone. Mrs. Beef, what's up? Why am I playing this MGS game on my personal account instead of OHN? I actually am on the OHN account. I'm just not signed in. But I won't be playing our shared version of the game because I don't have the podcasts on that version. So we'll actually be playing this. We'll actually be doing this playthrough on hard mode. But that's okay. Ed Rail with the 2 months. Thank you. Okay. Let's take a look at another one of these trailers. I think this is the one I want to watch next, where you see him on the ground. I really like how the geckos are depicted in this one, I think, if it's the one I'm thinking of. There's the face camo. Really interesting that Shuyo Morata was put first there instead of Kojima as a writer. That is unusual. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that before. You don't like the font? I really love the font. For some reason. Directed by Shuyo Morata. Yeah, really putting Morata first in this trailer. Did you hear that sound effect? Recognize that from anywhere? That's from Peace Walker, the boss AI. Yeah. I don't think that sound effect is in MGS4. I don't think that's in the final version of MGS4. So yeah, that one just really showing off a lot of the gameplay and things that you can do. Showing some new mechanics. The face camo as well. I don't think that's in any of the other trailers. Oh, here we go. Oh! Look at this face. You like this, young snake? Yeah, you like that? How about if we take a shit on it? Man, even Snake is getting shit on in MGS4. Obviously, we don't see that as a cutscene in the game. I wonder if that was made just for the trailer, or if that was originally going to be in the game at some point. Because it's interesting. It's one of the things that really separates Raiden from Snake in MGS2. You know, you switch over to Raiden, he's like the exact opposite of Snake in pretty much every way. You're slipping on bird shit, you're getting shit on, you're no longer the badass on the tanker. It's kind of interesting to see MGS4 Snake getting shit on now. Okay. I think we can head into the actual game now. Let's do it. Or is there one more I want to show? Hold on, did we watch this one? scene from the start, pretty much the same. Oh, that's cute. Oh, this is the one that I wanted to watch earlier. Oh, nasty. I love the blood on his nose there. Man, I really wish that was in the game.
例のマンハッタンの事件以来、他国への軍事介入が緩和され、
really just shows how sick the world is in MGS4. Just the dehumanization. The geckos are really disturbing there. They're pretty disturbing in the game as well, I think. They're kind of weird and alien and creepy. But the simultaneous shitting there.
派遣会社の台頭が始まった。
Really
今
sick.
や世界の軍備は傭兵派遣事業を含む軍事請負企業 PMC に大きく依存している。市場は肥大化する一方だ。もはや PMC は世界にとって脅威となりつつある。
アメリカは世界に武力を輸出しすぎた。ツケが回ってきたんだ。
我々の調査によれば最大手の PMC5 社がダミー会社を通じてたった一社のマザーカンパニーによって運営されていることが分かった。
そのマザーカンパニーが
アウターヘブン。その全兵力の合計は米軍にも匹敵する勢いだ。リキッドはその強大な軍隊を率いて武装蜂起の準備を進めている。
戦士が唯一生の充足を得られる世界。
リキッドは戦果をさらに拡大し、かつてビッグボスが唱えていた理想郷を実現させるつもりなのだ。
僕だよ、スネーク。
お前は
ああ、僕だよ、スネーク。
オタコン。
You get the impression with these trailers that the gecko are going to be like a really big deal in the game, but unfortunately they're not, really. You know, they don't really show up that often. They're not doing a lot of the crazy shit that you see them do in this. I'd imagine that they were originally intended to feature a bit more. And one of the really interesting things as well is that the opening section of MGS4 is really unique with how much chaos there is on screen. And it's probably the area of the game where the frame rate is at its worst as well. You really get the impression that there was going to be a lot more of that, but they just couldn't get the PS3 to handle all that stuff on the screen. You know the first area, there's gecko all over the place and they're charging into people, and it's madness. But there's not no other area of the game is really like that. I guess maybe the section in the square with the gecko with all the civilians in the middle of Act 2 or at the end of Act 2 is kind of similar. But, when it comes to the battlefield sections, when you're sneaking through PMCs and militia and all of that, you kind of get the impression that there was supposed to be more going on during those sequences. Like more gecko, more tanks, just more action, I guess.
待たせたね。今度こそ僕の出番だ。
今どこにいる？
They still do a pretty good job at making it feel alive, but it still feels a bit half-baked.
こんなところ。
これ遠隔操縦か？
うん。歩行制御はセルプロセッサだよ。
There it is again.
オタコン、まずいことになった。囲まれてる。
そうだね。
うまい手はあるのか？
いや、突破するしかない。
ご親切に。
Did you quit?
一緒に来るか？
もちろんずっと追跡してるよ。スネーク。
なんだ？
タバコやめたんだね。
いや、火種を探していたところだ。
まさにそこは火種の真っ只中だ。
Interesting how it's making Otacon cough there.
からね。
So yeah, very similar to that other trailer with a couple of new additions. I really like that scene with the gecko. Quite a statement about the game, about the series. Dying of cancer. All right. I say we get into it. Bad humans. I forgot about that. Something you brought up there was that the gecko were originally supposed to have like a poison gas attack. And maybe that was, what we see when they take a shit. Let's get into it. So yeah, pretty interesting. Gives you some context, I think. The most interesting ones are the debut trailer, I think, because it kind of reveals quite a bit about the development and Kojima's mindset surrounding the game. The first-person shooter one is really interesting as well. Makes you think of all the other games that were released around this time, the context under which this game was released and what it might have been commenting on. With the SOP system and the world of the game serving as a metaphor for the industry, the series, Kojima feeling like he's lost his time, or there's no room for someone like him anymore. I thought that was really interesting as well. After that FPS trailer where they were talking about the cell processor and how they were gonna be used in the console war. You know, that this is key to winning the console war. Really made me think of just the proxy war theme in the game. People being used as puppets to serve someone else, or being used as a stand-in for someone else. So yeah, we'll get into the main game. We'll sit here, we'll watch this opening scene. The main menu is even a cutscene in MGS4, because of course it is. We didn't get to see this version of Snake in any of those trailers, I don't think. This character design. There is a 2007 trailer where you can see this new character design. Interesting. I guess that was something that they changed pretty late on into development.
So,
Easy on the heart, but good. Filling. Has a nice taste to it. None of today's,
oh, yeah. And if he says it's filling, you know it's filling. Believe me, he ain't lying. This guy doesn't joke around about his food. Oh, no. He is dead serious. And I'm sure it tastes delicious. It certainly smells fantastic.
You gotta be good to your body, you know? Loyal to your body. To the people you're cooking for. The whole family.
Oh, yes. To the whole family. Or, if you have a significant other that you want to impress, ladies, are you paying attention? You know what they say about a man's stomach. Well, better yet, why don't you just put down those papers and pencils, and I want you to follow along with us. It looks like it's ready. Oh, I can't wait another minute. Tasty.
Yeah, made it for my wife last night.
Ah, and did she love it?
She was mad because I hadn't made it for her sooner.
She was mad? How could you get mad about food? Women, right?
Sure.
Well, no, I was just kidding. Susan is a great woman. Love her. Wait a minute. It looks like, yes, we are now ready for the ceremonial snake cutting. You all know what that means. We need a member of the audience to come on down and test out the chef's new knife.
Come on down, Chief. Don't be shy. I don't bite, but this guy might. This is the last chapter in this snake's life.
Outside your window.
Superficielle, t'es la mort. Qu'est-ce que la vie sans la mort?
I love that one. It's like a perfume commercial, except it's for a PMC. It's advertising war. Really sick. So we've spoken about the cookery program a good few times before. I feel like it's the most overt example of Kojima commenting on the game, with him being the chef, calling the audience up to cut the snake because they asked for it. I made it for my wife last night, and did she love it? She was mad because I didn't make it for her sooner. MGS4 did have a 1-year delay, I think. Although the wife is probably Konami in this instance. You gotta be loyal to your body, to the people you're cooking for. Reminiscent of the boss and at the end of MGS3, obviously. And the interesting thing about that line is when the chef says that line, you can see Kojima behind him in the corner. He has a little cameo during that one. It's the only one where Kojima has a cameo. So pretty interesting. If you notice the woman there as well, she's wearing Eva's jacket. Same jacket that Eva wears, that you see her wearing in Act 3. I think the woman who interviews David Hayter as well, she's she plays Eva, I think. She's the voice actor who plays Eva. The game show host as well is Richard Doyle. So lots of cool little Easter eggs and bits of trivia in these commercials. It's one of my favorite parts of the game, I think. I really like how they handled the commercials. It really is great world building, just showing you how sick and dehumanized the world of MGS4 is, along with some interesting little bits of meta commentary. I think that's the one show. Oh yeah, the perfume advertisement that we watched. I think that shows all the B&Bs. Like that's who the women are there, I think. But unfortunately, we can't look at all of them in one sitting. Oh yeah, and sorry about the subtitles. We'll turn the subtitles on when we get into gameplay.
Changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War's changed. ID tag soldiers carry ID tagged weapons, use ID tag gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. control. War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
Here we go. So, for as many problems that I have with MGS4, I gotta say, I really do love pretty much everything about how the game opens. Like, the main menu really just pulls you into the game. It's a really memorable part of the game as well. Like, I'll always remember booting up the game for the first time and just being sucked into the world immediately. It's very novel as well. Like, when do you ever see a main menu like that? It's not your typical main menu. The implication of Snake blowing his brains out at the grave of Big Boss, or you probably think it's the boss when you see it for the first time, like, really just sets the tone, you know, standing, an aged Snake standing at the grave of the previous generation. Then the crazy PMC commercials, they really do a good job of setting the tone, I think, at the beginning. And I really do like the world building in 4, just the world of the game, the twisted world that the Patriots created, just this world that's been completely consumed by war, all these PMCs in this never-ending artificial war. Let's call Otacon.
Okay, Snake, let's start with the basics. I'll provide instructions via codec. Some of these controls are new, so it's best if you practice now before you get back into the thick of things. Listen carefully to my instructions and then give it a try. I've also set your codec so that you can receive short messages in listen-only mode. With MCON implemented, there's less chance of you accidentally giving away your position.
I'm just being reminded, because I switched capture cards, I'm going to have to change the mic delay. You probably heard me, like, reacting to things seconds before they happened earlier, watching the trailers. Sorry about that. Hold on.
Snake, you should keep practicing the basic controls until you've got them down pat. Wait until you're in the thick of things, and it could be too late.
So, one of the interesting things about this codec call here, or these codec calls, they're pretty unique. You know, later on in the game, whenever we call Otacon, we always get to see Otacon. But here, we get to see their new motto, their new slogan, to let the world be. Which a lot of people interpret that as being like the opposite of what Snake believed in MGS2. But I think there could be more to it than that. You know, in MGS2, Snake is all about fighting for a better future and to change the world, essentially. And I guess it would make sense to a certain degree, considering, you know, he reflects Kojima's mindset, and obviously Kojima's mindset did a 180 around this time. But it really reminds you of what Big Boss says at the end of 4, you know, when he's talking about how he misinterpreted the boss, and, you know, it's not about trying to change the world, it's about leaving the world the way it is. It's about respecting the will of others and believing in your own. I guess that could tie into the whole proxy theme, with Snake being a sort of Big Boss proxy in a way. But we'll talk a bit more about that later on. Let's progress.
Use the RPGs!
We're being followed! Yeah! Subtitles, yeah.
Bro! Bro! Use the RPGs! Bro! Bro!
Cutscenes, subtitles, in-game subtitles. Sure. Oh, you can turn in-game music off. That's interesting. And yeah, Shock pointed out there, Metal Gear Mark II is on the main menu. Even though we don't actually have the Mark II right now. Ooh, the iPod is here. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to listen to the first podcast just yet. We have plenty of time.
To make a weapon available for use, ready it by selecting weapons from the menu screen.
Ooh, did we get a raid? Let me see. Toasty with the raid. Cheers, Toasty. How's it going? Welcome anyone coming in from Toasty's stream. What's up? So usually here I run down and get the cutscene down here, but there are actually 2 different cutscenes you can get here, and I guess we'll show the other one this time. A sense of duty when the risks run high.
Don't forget, Snake. This is still a sneaking mission. The basic rule still applies. Stay out of sight.
There's something kind of funny about that. We're going over the same, singing the same old tune. Are you sure, Otacon? Is this... It really doesn't feel like a sneaking mission anymore. Should I not take out my AK? Start blasting everyone?
Snake, the fighting between the PMCs and the militia is heating up. We'd better practice those basic controls now, while there's still time.
Just keep moving. 1, 2, 3. Stay on the offensive!
you do get that. Right, usually I get the scene from the other angle. That's cool. We see that in one of the trailers. Let me see here. Kejad, or however I pronounce your name. Kejad. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Cheers. Let me just check here as well. PJ with the 14, Pels with the 4, Naps with the 4, Ed Rail with the 2, Martian to Goolicious. Just making sure I've got everyone. Cheers, guys.
Head north, and try not to run into any gecko along the way.
So a lot of the time I'll just run through here quickly, but I guess we'll take our time a bit. I like how he's walking this way, but his head is turned and shooting in the other direction. Should be able to get something pretty unique here if we wait. Yeah, check that out. See, things like this really make me think that the gecko were originally supposed to be a lot more involved throughout the game. Lots of cool little interactions, unique interactions, animations in this first area. Gil with the 16 months. Thank you. Okay. Will I be playing the podcast? Absolutely, Bad Humans. Yeah, it's in the title, isn't it? Konami. Vlad, how's it going? Let me take a look here. Vlad, thank you for gifting a sub to Sinister Shadow. And to Sully as well. Cheers. How's it going? Daniel with the 5 months as well. Thank you. Salami with the 43 as well. Gil, I did thank you for that 16 months as well, didn't I? Aside from answering your question. Gob Noblin. I like the name. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Cheers. So yeah, there's that no place for Hideo box again that we saw during the trailers as well, which you kind of associate with the tagline, the no place to hide, that kept cropping up in all the various trailers. One thing that I always mention as well is if you look at the box up close, you can see that there's a link written on the box to Hideo blog, which is an old blog that Kojima had on Konami's website back in the day while he was making MGS4, and even before that, while he was working on MGS3 Subsistence. It was like a sort of personal diary that he kept, and there was a lot of really interesting stuff in there. Certain details related to the story of the game, and some funny blog entries where he was talking about the MSX games and mistakes that he was making back in the MSX days. Kind of criticizing how he implemented the key cards in Metal Gear 1 and things like that. It was pretty funny to read, because if you've played those MSX games, you know how much of a pain in the ass the key cards can be. So it's pretty funny seeing him own up to that. Let's keep going here. But yeah, there was also a lot of stuff in there that just kind of reinforces certain things in this game, you know, with old Snake being a stand-in for Kojima partially, talking about how Grandpa Snake is the image of this old game designer. I only have to show that I have the will to continue and all this stuff. He really sounded quite depressed in a lot of those entries. Another thing as well, the accelerated aging thing. Snake is, what, 42 here? Exact same age Kojima was while developing the game. You know what really interests me as well is that it just so happened to work out like this. You know, the accelerated aging idea was implemented long before MGS4 was the thing. So it was almost fated to be this way. You know, Kojima didn't plan in advance that old Snake was going to be this metaphor for how he felt about the series. Or just how he felt about the industry in general. You know, because in MGS2, when Liquid says our raw materials are vintage, brother, if you look at the actual script for the game, it says that Snake is thinking of the accelerated aging that he started to feel recently. So it was like it was a plot thing before it was this meta thing. So it's really interesting that it just worked out that way. It wasn't really written to be like that in the beginning, way back when MGS2 was being written. Or maybe the accelerated aging idea was there as far back as MGS1. I mean, it could have been. Oh, yeah, this was another thing that someone pointed out recently on Twitter. I forget who it was. Maybe it was you, Bad Humans? I don't think it was. I think it was Jankal. When Liquid says that line about their raw materials being vintage, or one of those lines, anyway, I forget which line it is, some line to do with Snake being old, it mirrors Gray Fox's line exactly in the Japanese version. You know, when he says, when Gray Fox says, "You haven't aged well," in the Japanese version of MGS2, Liquid repeats those lines word for word, which I thought was really interesting, because I remember we were theorizing about this during one of our recent MGS1 playthroughs, you know, because I always thought that no way You know, there's no way there was subtext written into that line related to Snake's aging. That's just Fox being cool, you know? Fox talking some shit. But in the Japanese version of MGS2, they Liquid copies that line word for word. I'm pretty sure it's Liquid. I'm pretty sure it's that exact cutscene, because I think that's the only scene in MGS2 where they even bring that up. But I thought that was really interesting. Snake, thank you for gifting the sub to Miss Gerald. Blad, gifting the sub to Naughty Yuri as well. Cheers. You look terrible, Snake. You haven't aged well. Yeah. So it was really interesting to find out that the Japanese version of MGS2 copies those lines in that Liquid scene, which really makes me think that it could have been intentional, even as far back as MGS1. He felt conflicted when the blog was translated because he felt it lost its intimacy. Really, Bad Humans. I never heard anything about that. It seems like Kojima has a pretty interesting relationship with translation in general. It was interesting as well, at the end of one of those MGS4 trailers, one of the lines, as Snake says, is that some stories can't be told with words or something like that. I don't think that line is ever in the game. But yeah, let's keep going.
Otacon. Even the dead have ears.
Snake, we've got to go. You've got an old friend waiting for you.
Otacon. The test results.
Proteome analysis was positive, but the mRNA analysis turned up negative. The wrinkled skin, the hardened arteries. Your early aging symptoms look like classic Werner syndrome. But none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
So?
Well, judging by how rapidly the aging has progressed, I'd say
a year at best, right?
Yeah. Snake, let's try another doctor.
It won't make any difference. I'm not an ordinary man to begin with. Not to mention Fox die.
You're right. But we don't know where Naomi is.
Naomi.
Sorry, I hit my mic by mistake.
Snake.
Colonel. Good to see you.
Well, I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I figured the only place I'd see you dressed like that would be at your daughter's wedding. What are you doing these days?
I'm working for an organization under the UN Security Council. The analysis and assessment staff of the PMC Oversight and Inspection Committee.
Yeah, I remember the resolution being passed a few years ago.
Snake, I came across some information in my work.
Huh?
We found him. In the Middle East.
What?
I'll explain along the way. We've got to stop him. Now. Before it's too late.
Liquid's made his move. We found him.
He's preparing to unleash his insurrection. Liquid is lying in wait in a Middle Eastern war zone. Track him down.
Only 2 eggs today? Solidus must have taken the day off. 7, 8, 9, 2, 5, 9, 0, 3, 6, 0, 3, 3, 0, 5, 3, 0, 5, 4, 8, 8, 2, 4, 4, 6, 6, 5, 2.
Se me
Clao, ya Dio men, Lao. I'm getting pretty good at that.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
What's the situation?
I'm just inside the city limits. This place is crawling with lizards.
Ah, AT Corps' unmanned bipedal weapons. Officially designated Irving by the US military. They've spread like wildfire among the PMCs. There are more of those things now in service than tanks. They've got tough armor plating and are highly agile to boot. Your best bet is to stay out of their sights.
Unmanned. Pretty soon they'll have put living, breathing soldiers out of work.
Even so, that's an awful lot of gecko for this scenario. Their numbers exceed the war price for that region. It must have something to do with Liquid's arrival on the scene.
You really think he's here?
You'll have to find the Army's operatives and ask them yourself. Oh, and Snake, I went ahead and used the Mark II to scout out the area before your arrival. You'll find it up ahead.
Mark II?
It's a remote mobile terminal. Sonny and I built it. The Mark II will provide you with a map of the area as well as any battle situation data. You should find it before you do anything else.
Okay, got it.
The rendezvous point is marked on your map. I'll be waiting for you there.
All right. Octocamo. An advanced camouflage suit inspired by the mimicry ability of the octopus. If the wearer lies still or doesn't move when pressed up against a wall, the suit can imitate the color and texture of wall and ground surfaces, fooling both the naked eye and infrared sensors. Definitely one of the best things about this game, mechanically. Octocamo. It's really great evolution of the camo system in 3. One of the big complaints about 3 was too much menuing, and for good reason, especially when you don't know the game that well on a first playthrough. There can be an awful lot of menuing, moving from surface to surface, especially if you have those OCD tendencies and you just have to stay at the highest percentage at all times. It was a good way of getting rid of that issue, I think. Yeah, Octocamo was really cool. It just had a really cool feel to it as well, and it fit with the whole battlefield theme. You know, moving through these two sides, trying not to get spotted, fitting in with the environment. Let's save, because next we want to take a look at the Act 1 briefing. Because they do not show the Act 1 briefing in the game itself. You have to watch it from the main menu. Which means a lot of people never see it. They never realize it's a thing. But it is a thing. We see the beginning of the briefing, which is strange. We see Sunny and the eggs, and we hear her say Solidus has taken a day off. But then it skips the rest of the briefing. And I guess they did this because they didn't want the beginning of the game to be too cutscene heavy. You know, it's already pretty heavy on the scenes. They probably didn't want to go too crazy at the very beginning. Yeah, I'm not sure if they ever said why in any interview or anything, but I feel like that's a pretty good guess. I can't think of too many other reasons why they would have done it.
Only 2 eggs today? Solidus must have taken the day off. 7, 8, 9, 2, 5, 9, 0, 3, 6, 0, 3, 3, 0, 5, 3, 0, 5, 4, 8, 8, 2, 0, 4, 6, 6, 5, 2.
The Manhattan incident triggered a serious public backlash. Now the U.S. has to think twice before intervening militarily in other countries' affairs. This has fueled a push towards military privatization, with PMCs at the heart of that movement.
PMCs? Private military companies?
That's right. PMCs have no basis in nations or ideologies. They are private enterprises, driven by profit. In addition to dispatching mercenaries to war zones, they secure weapons and train local soldiers. They're contractors for war itself, and business is good. Their clientele includes developed nations like the US, rebel factions looking to seize power by force, smaller countries lacking armies of their own, even terrorist groups. They're in the Americas, Asia, the South Pacific, Europe, Africa, the Middle East. The rise of the PMC has spawned a war by proxy, and it's spreading across the globe.
They're... Sonny, we'll eat them later, okay?
Every age has its mercenary. These PMCs are nothing new. We've been dealing with them since before the turn of the century.
No, Snake. They're nothing like the mercenaries of the past.
They're ready.
Sorry, I'm a little busy right now.
The Pentagon's new battlefield control system has produced a decisive difference between hired guns and the PMCs of today. The system was developed by Arms Tech Security.
Ah, poor Sonny.
You mean AT Corp?
Yeah. In recent years, AT Corp has shifted focus from weapons development to security tools. And since the establishment of AT Security, business has been booming. The system makes it possible to integrate not only micro-level information on individual soldiers and units, but also macro-level information about field conditions and order of battle.
So they've finally achieved total real-time battlefield control.
That's right.
Back to work.
And as a result,
Still be fine.
the global presence of PMCs has grown explosively. Truth is, the rise of system-controlled PMCs has led to a dramatic decline in civilian casualties and human rights violations on the battlefield.
A cleaner, safer battlefield. Makes for nice propaganda.
Snake! You were smoking again, weren't you? This is a non-smoking flight!
There's more. State governments and rebel groups can't match the maintenance price of standing forces. PMCs, by comparison, are reliable, easy to use. It wasn't long before everybody had them on the payroll. And, as a result, regular armies began to decline worldwide. It's hard to believe, I know, but PMCs are beginning to overtake conventional armies in terms of scale. Nowadays, it's the PMCs who serve as standard battalions. They already make up 60% of all combatant forces in zones of conflict.
60%?
The fact is, the world now depends largely on PMCs for waging its wars.
I thought it was the UN that authorized the PMCs in the first place.
The US abstained from voting on that resolution. In effect, Washington was endorsing PMCs without ever revealing its true intentions. Until they got wind of the uprising, that is.
The US has exported too much military power. And now, she's paying the price.
That's exactly it. America has now turned war into a form of economic activity. Analysts are calling it the war economy, in that it's picking up the slack for the downward-sloping oil market. But I, for one, don't intend to simply stand by and watch it happen. For the PMCs, market expansion entails fanning the flames of war. It means more refugees.
War orphans. Child soldiers.
Yes. Even as PMC soldiers get more specialized, they're also getting younger.
Mercenaries spun off from state armies. Unmanned weapons. Child soldiers. Proxy battles in a new Cold War.
There are hundreds of PMCs in business worldwide, and their numbers are growing. Currently, 5 of them are big enough to be labeled global powers. 2 in the US, and 1 each in the UK, France, and Russia. Reconnaissance has revealed that those 5 PMCs are run by a dummy corporation that acts as a single mother company. This mother company embodies the 5 largest PMCs. Her name is Outer Heaven.
Outer Heaven? You mean?
That's right. It's Liquid.
Liquid?
He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
I watched him die.
His will lives on, in the body of the man once known as Ocelot. He aims to fan the flames of war even higher, to create the perfect world once envisioned by Big Boss.
The one world in which soldiers will always have a place.
He must be stopped, before it's too late. Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection. Even if it means
killing him. You want Liquid dead. Isn't that right, Colonel?
I'm sorry. I know. This isn't justice. It's a covert assignment. A hired hit. A wet works op targeting the head of a major multinational corporation.
Why me?
Because of the military might of the PMCs and the effect they have on the economy. War is to the 21st century what oil was to the 20th, the pillar that supports the global economy. You'll recall a rather alarming report issued by that American think tank during the Cold War. One that described a new model for perpetual war. What we're facing now is a whole new ballgame.
Iron Mountain's Delphi technique.
That was fiction. It existed only on paper. The reality is far more serious. The global community is concerned, but they're all too afraid of the war economy collapsing to do anything about it. The UN, too.
Huh. Sounds pretty self-serving to me.
Snake. This mission isn't an order from Washington. Not like the old days. And it's not something the UN can officially sanction either. But we can't just look the other way while Liquid plots this insurrection. If we fail to act, he'll become the greatest threat the world has ever faced. Snake. You're the only man I can trust.
Fine. Let's hear it.
Our intelligence on Liquid's uprising originally comes via reports from U.S. Special Forces, who were mobilized after we at the UN reported our findings. They're tracking Liquid's movements. About 18 hours ago, he was spotted in the Middle East.
There's a rebel army in the Middle East, made up of ethnic minorities, waging civil war against the regime in power.
The core of that regime's army is provided by one of the PMCs under Liquid's control.
What about the rebels?
The local militias have hired small numbers of operators as trainers and field commanders. And of course, they've got help from the local PMCs.
Right. A proxy war between hired guns.
PMC versus PMC. A quagmire of war. All too typical victims of the new world economy. Snake, you'll be sneaking into the conflict zone via transport truck, disguised as one of the rebel army's hired operators. Your first objective is to make contact with our informants, Rat Patrol Team 01. They'll be expecting you.
Rat Patrol, huh? They sound sneaky.
They're a special forces team assigned to the Army's PMC Investigation Unit, CID.
CID? Real rats of the Army?
No. I can vouch for them personally.
Friends of yours?
You could say that. Transportation to the area will be provided under cover of a UN humanitarian aid mission, with support from the US military. From there on, though, you'll get no protection, and no guarantees from anyone. And you must not leave behind any evidence of your involvement in the area, let alone that of the UN. If word of this ever leaked out, it would spark a global firestorm. Snake. Will you do this for me?
I'm not like the PMCs. I don't need your money. Thank you. But if you're going to spark something, spark this. Fine. I'll start my own fire.
All right. What do we have here? What goodies did I pick up during the briefing? Battery. A large battery pack for items extends the battery life of the Mark II and the Solid Eye. And some iPod music. Inori no Uta from Hide-chan Radio. All right. Hold on one sec, guys. I think I forgot to thank some people. More of Vlad's gifted subs before we went into that briefing. Vlad, I'm not sure if I thanked your subs to Toasty, to Neoletta, Snake, thank you for gifting a sub to Miss Gerald, Amazing Blanket, to User, Gaballo, with the 6 months. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Hold on one sec, guys. Niche with the year as well. Thank you so much, Niche. Cheers. Okay. So. No. Wait, what am I doing? Don't save. I don't want to override save data? No, what am I doing? No. Yes, cancel. I decided to Google the statistics related to PMCs in Afghanistan during that scene at around that time in 2008, you know, when Campbell said that they made up around 60% of armed forces or something like that. And well, hold on, what did I get here? The CRS study said contractors made up 69% of the Pentagon's personnel in Afghanistan in December 2008, a proportion that apparently represented the highest recorded percentage of contractors used by the Defense Department in any conflict in the history of the United States. It seems like they definitely had their finger on the pulse of what was actually going on with PMCs at the time. I remember was it Bad Humans? I remember I think you posted something on Twitter recently, Bad Humans, about something that Ryan Payton said, how they had to change certain details near the end of the game, near the end of development to fit what was going on. Like Kojima would come in to the office and say, did you see what was on the news today? We're going to have to put that in the game. Change that detail. We need to get that in the game. So they were like changing things daily depending on what was coming up in the news related to the war on terror and how PMCs were being used and things like that. I thought that was pretty interesting. I'm not sure if you're still there, Bad Humans, but I'm pretty sure you posted something like that. It was a response I made in that Lord's thread we were in. Ah, okay. I'll have to go back and look at that. All right, we're back. But Jesus, yeah. I think a lot of people have an issue with the briefings in this game because the pacing, like that Act 1 briefing, the pacing is glacial, and I'm sure it's intentional to a degree. Like, everything's gray, it's slow, it's old, it's struggling, and that's what MGS4 is about in a lot of ways. It's this tired routine. But regardless of intent, Jesus, the fucking briefings can be a bit of a chore at times. That's okay, bad humans. One thing that always kind of bothered me about that Act 1 briefing is how they introduce Liquid. You know, they have Snake play dumb on the player's behalf, or on behalf of certain players who may not have played MGS2, or people who forgot what happened. I feel like there could have been a more elegant way of dealing with that backstory, or that exposition. You know, when Snake says, "I watched him die," and Campbell has to explain to him how you know, his will lives on in the man once known as Ocelot. You really shouldn't have to tell Snake this. Fair enough, he's old. Maybe the accelerated aging is causing him to forget some stuff. But, you know, you have the plane ride earlier where he says, you know, we found him in the Middle East. And it seems like he knows. It seems like during that scene he knows what the deal is, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could have handled some of that a bit better. But that's an issue that this game has frequently, I think, with how they recap certain things. And yeah, we'll see again later on. You know, I feel like previous games in the series rewarded the attention you paid, and they didn't treat you like an idiot when it came to sequels. But, you know, I guess it's so late on in the series and they wanted to make sure everyone knew what was going on. But yeah, like, you know how in MGS2 on the tanker, the way they bring Sergei Gerlukovich back and things like that, they don't... It's just like, yeah, Gerlukovich is here. They don't play up the fact that he was a part of MGS1. It just feels like a very natural evolution. But MGS4 is weird, you know? It doesn't really play itself as an MGS2 sequel. Not like a straight MGS2 sequel. It's a sequel to MGS1, 2, and 3 at the same time. The first thing you see in the game is an MGS3 reference, with you know, in the graveyard. Then, when we're introduced to Snake, we see a flashback to Big Boss, and we see him grab the flower petal from the end of MGS3. So, you know, it's incorporating and twisting all these things from all the previous games. Tony Wing with the 30 months. Thank you. Captain Darling with the 2 months as well. Thank you. The introduction to Snake is interesting as well, and how they sort of portray him as a stand-in for Big Boss. Like, he's doing the salute, and then we see the flashback. And then we see him grab the flower petal, but it's gray, and it's like dying, withered. Again, it just makes me think of their Otacon and Snake's new slogan, to let the world be, and how Big Boss says that at the end of the game, and how Ocelot refers to Snake as Big Boss's doppelganger at the end of the game. I'm not exactly sure what Kojima is trying to get across there. You know, it fits in with the whole proxy theme. The whole theme about stand-ins and proxies, but I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to get across there. Berserker with the $15. Thank you. I always learn something new during these streams. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Berserker. That's a very generous donation, and thank you for the kind words as well. I'm glad you learned something new. I usually learn something new as well. Cheers, Berserker. You know, there's that scene right before Ocelot dies, and he refers to himself as Liquid's doppelganger and compares, basically says Snake is big bosses.
Snake, where are you now?
Trash can.
A trash can?
Looks like this is where they dump their household trash.
Huh. How can you tell?
Because it stinks in here. Bad. Leftovers from last night's dinner, probably.
Ugh, leftovers.
And there's some bugs crawling around on my face.
Ugh.
It feels like roaches. There's a whole bunch of them scurrying around.
Make sure you get the smell of them off you before coming back here.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Ugh, seriously, doesn't it make you sick?
I'd crawl into a toilet if it kept me out of sight. Something crawling up my leg.
Ugh, I can't even imagine. Ugh. You know, you might want to get out of there as soon as the coast is clear.
Yeah. Not the best place for a nap.
No kidding.
Ooh, leftovers. Ooh. Hold on one sec. The way I see it, the first 2 chapters of this game are actual levels. The third is boring crap. That's where I disagree. I kind of like Act 3 and the change of pace in Act 3. I know a lot of people hate Act 3 gameplay-wise, but I don't. I kind of like it. I do wish the battlefield sequences were a bit more fleshed out during Act 1 and 2. I mean, I still like the gameplay in Act 1 and 2, but again, it feels like... It still feels a bit half-baked to me. I reckon it was supposed to be a lot more involved. Act 4 and Act 5 are the disappointing chapters, I think, in terms of gameplay. Stealth gameplay, anyway. You know, Act 5 is just like one area. It's a cool area. It's a cool, challenging area if you want to do it properly. And Act 4, you have all those fucking dwarf gecko. I mean, I kind of like... It kind of feels fitting in a way, having the dwarf gecko. Like, it makes Shadow Moses feel... It's like they desecrated Shadow Moses. You know, it feels corrupted by these futuristic... horrors. You know, the dwarf gecko are just horrible, I think. Just the way they look, the way they sound. Dealing with them during gameplay, the amount of them that spawn when you get alerts and shit. They're just these horrible fucking things. And they feel kind of fitting to me in a way, but at the same time, I probably would have preferred some more traditional gameplay during that sequence. I don't know. Maybe you could say it's effective. At least we get Rex versus Ray at the end of Act 4. Like, I hate all the cutscenes that surround Rex versus Ray. Naomi's death and fucking fake Fox Die and Mount Snakemore and all that shit. But in isolation, just that fight on its own is pretty great and pretty impressive. Like, how well it functions, you know? Just like obviously it plays differently to every other part of the game, but it feels like such a fully functional mech battle with all these different moves that you can do. Like, it really feels fleshed out. It feels like they could make a whole game with those sort of mechanics, like the way it controls and everything. It's pretty impressive how polished that is. Especially at the time as well, I thought it was really impressive. All the destruction you could cause with the environment. Obviously, the frame rate isn't the best, but yeah, I thought it was really impressive at the time. What made them implement chapters in this game when the previous ones were better without? I don't know. Obviously, they were going for a different approach. It was this global adventure. You know, we're going all around the world, all these different continents, and I guess it was just something that they wanted to do. Obviously, it's more of a global story, I guess, this time as well. You know, it's about the Patriots. Patriots have taken over the world, basically, with these PMCs, and these PMCs are everywhere. They're all around the world. That's one of the big concepts that they introduce at the start of the game. So, yeah, I guess that's why. Or part of the reason why.
Snake, your first order of business is to rendezvous with the Mark II. Just follow my instructions and use your Octocamo to make sure the enemy doesn't see you along the way.
Mount fucking Snake more. That whole sequence is crazy. I'm still not sure what the intent was there, like how much of it is intentional parody. Like it feels so much like parody. You know, the way he runs off and laughs and like turns back, and like the way he points and laughs at Snake. And Snake's like, "Grr, liquid!" You know, it's something else.
Octocamo is a newly developed camouflage technology that's capable of almost exactly mimicking the appearance of objects and surfaces. It's easy to use, too. All you have to do is press up against a wall or object, or lie flat on the ground while wearing the suit. It can be a powerful tool if you use it right. So tell me, how does it feel?
Not as itchy as I'd have thought.
That suit can mimic the color, pattern, and even the surface texture of walls and floors. Kinda like procuring your own camo on site, right?
I do just fine.
Chat, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm not a chameleon.
You've got it all wrong. We're not talking about lizards. This is Octocamo. In other words, it's based on the camouflage capabilities of the octopus. Octopus are sometimes called ninja of the sea. They fool their enemies by mimicking not just the color of their surroundings, but also the shape of the terrain. That suit takes its cue from defensive deception found in nature. Besides, you may not have known this, but there is a snake that can change its body color too. It's called the Capuas mud snake. It's a poisonous reptile indigenous to the Capuas River on the island of Borneo. Its coloring is normally a reddish-brown, but sometimes turns to white. So, snakes can sport disguises too.
Hey, what happened to stealth camo? You used to wear it all the time.
All that does is create an optical illusion. It's no use against Gecko with their infrared sensors. Octocamo, on the other hand, has micro-peltier arrays that regulate the absorption and release of heat, harmonizing the wearer's body heat with any background IR radiation. Which means it can offer you at least some camouflage protection against enemy infrared sensors. With so many unmanned weapons in the field these days, I'd expect it to outperform the old stealth camo. But if you start walking or running, or making a lot of noise, you'll risk getting spotted by the enemy. And get this, the suit also reduces the weight load on your body and amplifies muscle power. The inside lining sends a weak electric current through your body that stimulates phospholipid production inside your cells, improving circulation. That should make your life gauge recover more rapidly when you're hurt. In other words, Snake, it's a bit of a crutch.
You can cut the senior citizen crap, Otacon.
Nice. I was able to take a piss and get back in time. I knew that was a pretty long call. It's a bit long-winded, that one. Let's see. Okay. Are you ready for some Apple advertisements, chat? We've got PMC advertisements on the wall here. But I reckon we get some Apple advertisements in here as well. No, you're not ready? Hold on. Let's get a nice close-up look as well. Oh, we don't actually get any information scrolling here. That's weird. That is strange. We get so much information on everything else. I guess this wasn't part of the deal. $30 gig. Fatal Frames with the 2 months. Thank you. Hold on, let me see here as well. Fatal Frames with the 2 months. Little Half Dead with the 43. Cheers, guys. I gotta say, though, it is pretty impressive how detailed all the models are here. A ration. A portable military ration. Contains all the calories and nutrients a soldier needs in a day. A variety of menu choices are available, so as to break up the monotony of repetition. Bit of self-commentary. Restores life and psych. War has become routine. Cigarettes. The Boss. Standard. Hand-rolled tobacco. Snake's favorite. Contains 16 milligrams of tar. Its relaxing effect restores psych, but also reduces life. Smoking too much is hazardous to your health. $16 milligrams. What's the average, I wonder? That's all we have for now. Okay. So, if you notice the title of the stream, you'll know that we're doing the Integral podcast in this playthrough. And I think we might have only done this once before with an MGS4 playthrough. I know DRK did it years and years ago. I never did it. And I don't think I ever listened to the entire podcast either. So some of this might be new to me as well. Like I was saying, the first podcast is pretty much an Apple advertisement from what I remember. You know, they're just talking about, oh yeah, don't you have an iPod? Yeah, my iPod's great. Oh. But after we get past the first podcast, we don't get much more of that, I don't think. And they're mainly talking about the game. But yeah, this first one can be a bit much with the Apple pandering, but let's get to it. Podcasts. So here we go. Integral podcast. We have 13 of these. Let's start off with the first one.
And now, Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Recorded at Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, this is your host, Ryan Payton, for the exclusive in-game broadcast of
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Fuck yeah, get hyped!
Welcome to the
Sorta with the tier 1 sub. Thank you.
Integral Podcast number 1. It's going to be included in MGS4. As you know, playing through the game, as you're doing right now, you've got the iPod equipped, and you're listening to the show, and you can be able to download future shows in the coming months. But
I have them downloaded already, Ryan.
Aki Saito is joining me on the program.
How's it going, Aki?
Thanks for joining me, Aki.
What's up?
It's kind of weird. We're in the future now. It's 106 days in the future that we're recording this.
Yes.
Or that we're broadcasting this. We're recording this in February, knowing that this is going to be burnt onto the Blu-ray disc for millions of people to enjoy.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never been burnt on a Blu-ray disc before.
Me neither.
So people listening to this, they come across the iPod in MGS4.
Yes.
They come across this episode, and they're wondering, now what exactly is this? What is this for?
Yes.
Good question.
This is to, well, actually, there's a lot of meanings, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, to ease the tension when you're playing the game.
Right.
Things like that as well.
Yeah, you can play your own music. You can play this. You can ease the tension by listening to our voices.
Our stupid conversations.
Yes. And
setting up for the
you
mechanical
also ease the tension
explanation.
of Snake.
Yes.
Because his psych gauge will fill up if you're listening to music,
Exactly.
or if you're listening to this program.
That's pretty cool.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
This is really cool in the game. Obviously, as players know, they're playing this on an Apple iPod, not just a generic MP3 player.
What happens if I trigger the next
You worked
cutscene?
on this project. You worked on getting approvals from Apple. Can you talk about that process of getting the iPod into the game, which is very cool?
Yes. Well, you know, people always comes up with cool ideas, and at that time, it still is. You know, everyone has an iPod as their favorite music player, and we thought, as Hideo, is a great Apple fan as well. We thought that
Apple is just the best.
The actual iPod in the game, and for Snake to use as an item, which is a cool idea. So
avoid unnecessary combat whenever possible.
Shut up, Otacon!
Neither side is your enemy.
And you're a super
There's
fan
no
of
point
Apple.
whatsoever in you getting into a fight.
You and
Got
I
it?
are the last sole survivors within the company to have the Mac PCs on our desks and work on it.
But you take it a step further. You have a competitor's laptop. It's a PC-based laptop.
Yes.
With an Apple sticker over their brand, over their logo on that laptop, so people from a distance think you're on a PowerBook or something.
Yeah. Well, that's actually I customize inside as well. So because at home I've always been an Apple user, and it's I changed the inside as well, and it's I don't know, it's just more fun when you're working.
Right.
You don't get dull, and you want to work on a computer that you love.
Well, you like to be that rebel, you know.
Yeah. Well.
But it's funny. But it's funny because you don't have to be a rebel if you're outside of Japan. Like,
are you being
like in the States?
Is working with a Mac
you see
rebellious?
MacBooks and
Is that what they're saying?
All over the place. But but really, the iPod.
Apple or
is
PMCs?
with 3 players, and so we've gotten the game. Did you have
Within
to go
this
through a bunch of different
context.
checks?
Well, yeah, I did a couple of rounds of trying to get approvals, but what I did was, this was really cool. They actually wanted to see how what you guys are playing right now, how this is
They're PMCs.
So what I did was I went to the studio and I made a video.
There's something kind of fitting about this in some kind of twisted meta way.
And we made a cool video, and made sure that can be played on an iPod as well.
Oh, slick.
So
As the battlefield has become a business within the world of the game,
and they gave me approval on that. So
cool.
Screenshots, usually
PMCs have taken over,
and
completely dehumanized.
Sure.
But I thought, this is.
You want to see it in motion, right?
Yeah. So usually you kind of ask them to come into the studio and that kind of thing, but that wasn't possible. So I made a cool video, and they seen this part of what the players are doing right now. So everything was recorded, sent to Apple. They loved it. It was great.
Perfect.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
So the plan for this podcast, and I can actually say podcast now, because I kind of steer away from that word sometimes, because it's really a radio program and not necessarily everybody's listening to it on an iPod. So why call it a podcast? But this time we know everybody's listening to this in the in-game iPod. You can't download this on our website or through iTunes. This is exclusive to MGS4. You can listen to this program, and we're gonna have future programs as well as music that will be coming out in the coming months after the release of MGS4 that you can be able to download, and we're gonna be talking about the making of the game. It's kind of like a director's commentary, which is it's something that's never been done for games before.
I mean, this
format.
Yeah, this format is really cool. I mean, usually director's commentary or making of is done on a bonus disc and things like that. But of course, we could have that. But it's so cool as an item in the game, and you actually have to collect them, right? And when you find it, you want to listen to it.
Right.
And
Get rid of these ads. I'm trying to listen to my other ad.
Wow.
We're just chatting away and blabbering about all sorts of stuff. And we're going to be providing background info on the game, about different areas of the game, like the creation of those areas, as well as strategies, so how to defeat bosses if you're so inclined. But the question is what to do about spoilers, and I'm still thinking about that.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral
Podcast. Fuck! Are they gonna spoil shit?
As Mr. Kojima surmised on the Japanese side of this podcast, on the Japanese version of MGS4,
we might have to
probably the listeners
think twice about this playthrough.
I don't know about you when you played MGS4, but you play it once and you know that, the second time I'm going to try this different route, or I'm going to try these different items or these different weapons. I'm guessing most people are going to be listening to the iPod through the second time through, because the first time through you want to listen to the Harry Gregson Williams soundtrack, right?
Well, no, the first time actually you're so tense trying to clear the game.
Yeah, you didn't even know what's going on.
That police notes music in the background.
The iPod, you could use the iPod, but
oh, hold on. Is there subtitles we can? Can we get subtitles for this?
And you want that solid eye as well.
Sure.
That you and I
the
love
rations,
so much.
yes.
Yeah, the ration.
Can we get subtitles for this? Fuck, I don't think we can. Cutscene subtitles in game. I think that's all we can get. Sorry, guys.
So, yes, I think second playthrough, third playthrough is what everyone's listening right now.
So as players have probably noticed, if this is the second time through, their items and their Drebin points are going to carry over to the second playthrough. And so they can use the second playthrough to try to hunt down items that are not found in Drebin's shop, or rare items like some kind of face camos. So there's a lot to go through on your second time, your third time through.
I mean, this is a time of fun, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, you're now easy about the routes and what's going to happen.
Right.
You're more explorer, and maybe sneaking as well.
You're better at sneaking.
Yeah, you're going to try a lot of things. Since you're listening, actually,
you can pick up guns dropped by both the militia and the PMCs. Remember, though, PMC weapons are locked. You can't use them.
I think it's
If only there was some way to get rid of the locks.
So I'm looking forward to hearing us do this on June 12th when the game launches. Now, don't forget to check back frequently to download new episodes of the MGS4 Integral podcast on the same spot you found on your iPod in the game of MGS4. And also don't forget to check out our
if
other
that first
show,
podcast is
which on
anything
the
to
web.
go by, I'm
You
going to
can
be
subscribe
bored
to
to
iTunes.
tears, Ryan.
It's our normal podcast. We do it every week. It's usually Ken, myself, and Aki or Mark, and we do that every week. We're approaching the 100th
The second
episode.
one better be better
You can
than that.
Download that.
That's all I'm
like
saying.
on your computer, and we give you an update about what's going on in the world of Kojima Productions. Not necessarily all.
I'm not impressed.
Stuff, so. It's a good show. I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot of secrets given away as well.
Yeah, a lot of leaks, a lot of information leaks. That's how we roll. But this is going to close the inaugural MGS4 Integral podcast, number 1.
Very low energy. We need more excitement.
And I hope everyone finds their way to play it, because there's various ways. My recommendation is try just sneak everything through. It's gonna be really fun.
Yeah, definitely. Play it as a sneaking
Sneak?
game.
Yeah.
Not as a straight up action game. You're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah.
You really didn't sound too confident there. You know, sneak. Now it's going to be really fun. Okay, it's going to be really fun. I promise now. I know we have some doubters in the audience, but I guarantee you, if you play stealthily, it's going to be fun.
All right, that's going to wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Be sure to download future episodes available exclusively through the Metal Gear Solid 4 game. From all of us at Kojima Productions, thanks for listening and thanks for playing. We're out of here.
Whoa!
MGS4 Integral Podcast. Welcome to the Metal Gear Solid 4 exclusive in-game podcast.
Hi everyone, I'm Aki Saito. I'll be your, kind of navigator, but
This is better already.
Friends joining me for this game podcast. My main navigator of the game will be...
Hello, my name is Sean Icestone. I'll be playing the game through this session.
DRK's best friend.
Real expert of the game. And also join us is...
Hi, this is Ken Imaizumi. I'm a producer of Metal Gear Solid 4. It's been a long time, and I'm really glad to be back.
Ken and I needed someone else to help us with this podcast. And we have Sean, who will probably guide us really intensively
Glad to be
through the game. And hopefully everyone will enjoy hearing us while playing the game. Right, Ken?
Yep.
A lot of secrets?
A lot of tips.
Good. Sean, you know a lot of details of things, right?
Yeah, I was part of the script unit. So, the team that basically kind of puts the levels together and implements the design.
Oh, so you know everything inside and out.
Right. Well, I wouldn't say I know everything, because we kind of break up the game into different stages, so everyone has their own stage that they supervise. But yeah.
But I hope everyone would enjoy our show. So Ken, finally, the show will start from January, right?
Yeah, January 8th, 2009.
And we're going to try to have...
Yeah, Ken was there for a long
Sean,
time.
You have a lot of work to do. actually, if we do this.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging, but it also sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. So looking forward to it.
Well, basically, how many times have you played through the game?
More than I can count. I have no idea, honestly.
Ken told me that you did 30 times, 50 times?
Yeah, more than 30 for sure.
30 for sure?
Yeah.
Then Sean, you did more than that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be over 100 by now. I mean, if you count, like from the very beginning, you kind of playing through the incomplete stages, and towards the end when we're trying to debug everything, playing through over and over again. So yeah, it's.
Well, we might. He's kind of sick and tired of
Yeah,
this game.
yeah.
The one day he was like puking, when he was. What's going on? Really?
In the studio? Wow.
Is that motion sickness? No.
A lot of things going on in
just sickness.
Wow. Okay. Well, anyways, we're gonna try to guide you through, a different perspective of MGS4, and guide through everyone who's probably will have a good time listening to this podcast and playing at the same time.
Yeah, totally. Right. It's more of a developer's take on the game, and, giving a little behind-the-scenes input to the player.
Well, since Ken's gonna be probably useless, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's cold.
I'm gonna watching you.
I'm looking forward to learning some stuff.
Ken's gonna just have some.
Let's do it, guys.
And just gonna play his, his games on his phone. Anyways, 3 of us will provide you Integral podcast bi-weekly, and hope everyone would enjoy. And make sure you tune in on the 8th of January. And Sean, you have some note that you have to tell the users, right?
Yeah. So 8th of January, what we want you to do is everybody to tune in and gather at the Advent Palace lobby. The Advent Palace, of course, is the stage in the Middle East.
Yeah.
One of the first stages.
That's when we'll do the next podcast at the
We're
Palace.
gonna walk everyone through the game.
Before we meet Meryl.
Through that stage. So what we want you to do is go to that stage, enter the Advent Palace, and be sure to trigger the checkpoint. Once you trigger the checkpoint, save the game, and be ready to load it 2 weeks from now, on the 8th of January, and we'll give you a walkthrough.
All right, everybody, you got that? You memoed that? So you have to be at the Advent Palace lobby, and make sure you save it so you can start it from there. Ken, anything you want to add?
No.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Sean, I'm really relying on you on this one.
I'm just watching.
All right, thanks, guys.
Is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. Right. So there's our introduction. We get an Apple advertisement, a little bit of rambling, and not the most exciting, really, but it feels like things are going to get started for real next time. We've been told, once you get to the Advent Palace, tune in and we'll have some serious shit to tell you. Okay, so I think that's when it's really going to begin. Once we get to the palace, once we tune into the next podcast, no more fucking around, basically. I hope so. Next one better be more interesting than those 2. Okay. Let's proceed. Ooh, he's in a different location. What's up, gents? Bit old, so I'm just gonna have to take it easy. We're just gonna stroll today. What's up, boys?
Me, Snakes. Snake, it's me.
Huh? Otacon.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Snake. Allow me to introduce Metal Gear Mark II.
Metal Gear.
That's right. Just like Rex. But this gear's not a weapon. It's a remote mobile terminal designed to provide you with operational support.
Where are you?
I'm in the Nomad. Where else? I'll be watching you through the Mark II.
Wish I was good with gadgets.
Hey, I'll be with you in spirit. Anyway, because you had to dress up as a militiaman, I had the Mark II bring you some goodies. Starting with this. Put it on your left eye.
Looks like an eye patch.
I call it the Solid Eye. It's an all-purpose goggle that displays radar images and other data in 3D. You can also switch it over to light-amplifying night vision.
The rebels are out there.
It looks like they've got the government's PMC troops beat, at least in numbers.
And this is their home turf.
Snake, I know this is a sneaking mission, but you'll need to protect yourself.
An operator.
I installed a suppressor. And here's a tranquilizer gun.
How thoughtful.
It predates the implementation of the system. By some miracle, it was never recycled. It's getting tough these days finding decent guns that aren't controlled.
You coming?
Of course. I'll follow you wherever you go, like this. I'll activate stealth so it doesn't attract any attention. If you need it, just bring up the start button menu.
Got it.
Snake, the informants who said they saw liquid here should be a little further up. Head for the rendezvous point. I've placed a mark on the radar in the upper right corner of the Solid Eye. It's a war zone out there. Stay on your toes.
I wish the whole game was like this. Intimate bromance game. Just you and Otacon. Get rid of Meryl. Get rid of Naomi. Get rid of Mei Ling. Get rid of Johnny. Just cozy Snake and Otacon bromance game. Where it's just us two going up against Liquid. Maybe we meet a couple of new characters that weren't in the previous games. There are a couple of scenes in this game that really make me wish for something like that. Like, there's that scene during Act 4 when you're in Otacon's lab and you just have the two of them reminiscing about how they first met. I love that scene. That scene really hits me in the feels. And just makes me wish there was more of that kind of stuff. I really like this scene as well. Just so, even though there's like, even though it's not a major scene, you know, it's just introduction of the Mark II. Here's some weapons. We're just talking some shit. But I don't know, you really feel the connection between the two characters at the same time, I think, even though there's not much going on story-wise. Just the two hetero dads. Yeah, keep Sonny in there. You know, the weird situation with Sonny is kind of interesting, I think. These two lousy dads trying to look after her. It's a pretty brutal introduction that she gets. You know, trying to give the eggs to everyone, and then Otacon looks at her and feels bad for her for a couple of seconds, and he's like, back to work. I don't really care. Alright, we get our weapons. We get our Solid Eye. The Solid Eye is pretty slick. all the gear and everything in this game, it's all really impressively detailed, I think. Like, just during that scene, all the detail on the solid eye, when he's switching between modes and everything. Everything just feels so detailed. Just the little bits of text written on the gear as well. I feel like that has a great effect. A remote mobile terminal that follows Snake around, providing mission support.
Snake, it's kind of a schlep, but I've sent you data on an alternate
You're a
route.
schlep.
Follow the mark on your radar.
So this is where Snake lights a cigarette in the trailer. But not here. One thing I forgot to do. Let me go back. Oh, actually. No, 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 no. I'm going to miss it. Chaos. Yeah, I just missed it. Those ravens, they topple a building in the background here. And we just got the aftermath, the dust being blown down. Let's see if we can still get
Snake,
the call.
You've got to rendezvous. I created the Mark II. Let me give you a brief rundown on controlling the...
Nope.
Snake, the weapons you pick up will be temporarily stored in your backpack.
I'm not sure if we'll be able to get it now because we didn't actually see the building
Snake,
fall over.
The PMC soldiers are using ID guns.
ID guns?
See how the word locked appears in the weapon list?
Yeah.
ID guns are equipped with locks. As long as the lock is engaged, you can't pull the trigger.
Any suggestions?
The locks are only disengaged when they recognize the nanomachine ID inside a soldier's body. Anyone not possessing nanomachines keyed to the system, or anyone who's keyed but not authorized to use that weapon, won't be able to pass the ID gun's verification process.
So I can't use PMC guns?
I'm afraid not. You're not registered with the system. And it's not just weapons either. Vehicles, buildings, everything used for military purposes is secured with this ID control system. Without the proper IDs, it's impossible for PMCs or state armies to fight. Think of it as a soldier's dog tag, only at the nano level.
So, I shouldn't even bother picking up ID guns.
For now, at least. But they might come in handy later on.
All right, let's go back. Hey, what's up, Dr. Sasso? How's it going? There's one very important thing that we forgot to do all the way back up here. Oh, there's also an RPG we can pick up there as well, I think. Hey! Kind of funny how they show this in the trailer as well. Although, do they show him? Yeah, they do show him in this position with the young Snake camo. Although it looks really different when he gets shit on. It'd be better if you weren't able to use it after the dick fell off, like you weren't able to blend in. Nothing? Oh, no, there it is. Gentleman's Magazine, adorned with sultry beauties on each and every page. Guaranteed to arouse the interest of males ages 18 to 80. Really? Not under 18? I guess they had to do that for legal reasons. Grip the magazine in your hands with the L1 button. Carefully plant it using the R1 button. To view the magazine, continue to hold the L1 button and R1 button and press the circle button. Of course, it's a weapon, not an item. The babes of the world's top PMCs. Kind of fitting with what we saw in those opening advertisements. You know, the one with the B&Bs for Pierre Armament. Games and Beyond, Hideo Kojima interviewed. Nano Boost or Nano Bust? The truth behind Nanodrome. The best FPSs of the year. Can you believe we used to pay for these things? Seventh Circle. Sadistic joke becomes primetime sensation. Can you believe we used to pay for these things? It's really interesting how MGS4 kind of becomes what it criticizes in a way, or like it uses itself as some kind of self-aware example to criticize the industry. Like the absurd amount of weapons in this game and all the focus put on guns. You know, it's quite a jump going from MGS2 and 3. MGS3 did make things a little bit more action-oriented, but this game is just like a crazy leap. All of a sudden you have just a ridiculous number of lethal weapons to choose from, which really just feels quite strange. Just with how the mechanics of the game's evolved and everything. But with all the focus put on this era of gaming in the trailers and first-person shooters, it really feels like it's supposed to be part of that critique. With Kojima feeling the industry was becoming like the world of this game. The Ragged Shrew. How's it going? All real guns, all incredibly detailed as well. It's weird because, like, they obviously want it to be engaging mechanically. Like, surely they want the player to enjoy all these new features. But there's a sadistic twist underneath it as well, because it also feels like a criticism, you know? Like, there's supposed to be something really sick about this world that's just been consumed by all these PMCs and all these guns and just this meaningless PMC conflict, these meaningless proxy wars. The war economy. An improved, modernized model of the AK-74. The basic design of the original has been tweaked with new materials, a folding stock, and a modified barrel length. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, AK series weapons of all calibers were produced for export to the west. The AK-102 is the export version of the 5.56mm. No, I'm losing it. The most basic of weapons with ample stopping and penetrative power. But yeah, pretty impressive how detailed these are if you look at them up close. If DRK was here, he'd probably have a lot more to say, because he is a big gun nut in real life, whereas I am not. Not in the slightest. So I can look at it and appreciate all the detail, but as far as understanding what everything is used for and all of that, not so knowledgeable. The weapon is ID locked. Try and take out a few. Actually, no. Let's go back. You're a fool with the 38 months. Thank you. Mean. What's up? Again, just to remind you guys what we're doing here. This isn't going to be in one sitting. I will probably wrap up in a couple of hours. Maybe a little bit less than a couple of hours. Maybe like an hour and a half. And we'll come back tomorrow and we'll continue. Obviously, we're doing the integral podcasts. We did trailers before the playthrough. And tomorrow, we'll watch one of the making-of documentaries. There are a couple of making-ofs for this game. We'll watch one of them tomorrow, and then maybe we'll watch another one after we finish the game as well. So we're doing a big, juicy MGS4 playthrough this time. Ashia, gifting a sub to Kendo as well. Thank you. And remember, if you don't know, if you weren't informed, we're doing a big 5-day marathon on the 26th of this month. So look forward to that. It's going to be another big crazy one like it usually is. Oh well, maybe we shouldn't say that anymore because we are mixing it up with the 3-day marathons. But yeah, the last 2 are 3 days, so the next 2 will be big 5-day marathons. Oh, Jay, coming in with the 5-pack as well. Thank you so much, Jay. Cheers. Enjoy, whoever was lucky enough to get a gifted sub. Turtle Facts. There's a name I recognize. Any other names I recognize? Oxwinkle, Red Tens. There's another one. Also, Cannon Spikes with the 4 months. Thank you. Juicy Mango. I think I missed your gifted sub to Dim as well. Cheers. Anonymous gifting a sub to Harate Kid. Sano Lan with the 4 months and the 200 bits. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. Anyone else I'm missing here? Sasso, Mysterious Fish, Sorta. Cheers, guys. Oh, I think that's actually a good spot to blow up the... That's a good vantage point up there. I want to take out the APCs. The marathon will be on this channel. We alternate back and forth with each month. Yeah, it'll be this channel this month. and Outer Heaven next month. Oh, and that's all we get. Just, yeah, of course. We can't buy any more ammo. Not yet. You know what? Hold on. Let me go back here and have another quick look around. Thanks, Google. The disrespect. You don't think Turtle Facts knows all these things? You think he has to go to Google to get all this information? You know, you'd think he is a genuine fan of turtles with a name like that. It can't be a complete lie, can it? You are a real fan of turtles, aren't you, Turtle Facts? Should be another little ladder here, yeah. No, let's try that again. Regain, okay, thank you. I love how he just casually tries to stand up after that. What were you thinking, man? Yeah, I really like the tap down mechanic in this. Probably my favorite version of it. Requires a little bit more skill as well. Okay, the militia should be pretty friendly now. That's a lot of hits you're taking there. Oh, there we go. Ah, fuck you. Go on then. Ah, just this one. Any RPGs around? I'm putting the solid eye back on. Just to take a look, 'cause I'm not sure. We might be able to find an RPG somewhere around here. Got any ammo, man? No? Pretty sure there's another rocket somewhere around here.
Here.
Hey, thanks.
If you kill loads of enemies, what's the Easter egg? We'll show that later on.
Here. You sure?
Got my back?
Oh, the box is here as well. Yeah, this is your first opportunity to pick it up. An ordinary cardboard box. And a compress. Snake? No? Around the exit? Yeah, I don't remember one being there, but you might be right. I guess I'm not used to taking that one down on new game. Hey, you're right. Yeah, I remember now that I see it. Yeah. Somehow these guys are still alive.
Thanks for the help.
We did it!
There we go. Hey, see you later, Sorta. Want a ration?
What happened?
Here.
Don't have to twist my arm. Thanks. Yours.
I forgot that they don't give you anything during the conflict as well, if you try. At least I don't think they do. So here, the militia's friendliness depends on the amount of PMCs you've taken out. And you only need to take out 3 of them for them to be neutral. Which means if you take out 3 PMCs here and you go to the next area and there's and there are some militiamen there, they'll just need to stop and check you before they let you pass. But if you win the whole war here and you help them all the way, you'll be able to run past them and they'll be friendly right from the get-go. They won't need to stop you and pat you down or anything.
Here.
You sure? Need this?
Cheers. Hey, Mako with the 33 months. Thank you. Hey, cheers, Ben. Good night. DJ Nightmare, that's very kind of you to say. How's it going? I'm doing well.
It's pretty dark in there. Switch the solid eye to night vision mode.
Who? Oh, you again.
So, there, I can just run straight past him. And he's cool. He loves me. If I didn't take out any PMCs in the previous area, that would be an alert. And he'd want to kill me. And they can tell because they're part of the system, I guess. These militia guys. You want,
Here.
No ration?
Hell you want? Want to use this?
No, you can't really side with the PMCs, unfortunately. Take out as in kill or trank. You can trank them. I'm not really sure what you're responding to there. But in the previous area, yeah, you can... If you... it'll work if you trank them. as well. If I trank 3 PMCs in the previous area, they'll be neutral in this area. If I trank like 6 or however many, they'll just be friendly and I'll be able to run past them. I'm not sure how many it is for them to be completely friendly, but yeah, you don't have to kill them. Tranking works as well.
Snake, if you find there's not enough light to see with the naked eye, you can always use the solid eye's night vision mode.
I don't think he has anything to say about killing the chickens, unfortunately.
Snake, that circle that appears around your body is called a threat ring. It's a visual display of the sense you get from entities all around you. When you're crouching or lying down and concentrating, it forms a perfect circle. Your sense is represented as waves. The stronger the sense, the greater the wave. Hostile entities are displayed as colors. Get acquainted. It'll save your life. Oh, and one more thing. Your senses will suffer when your psyche gets low. The ring will reflect that, too. Keep it in mind, okay?
Thank you, Otacon. I do quite like the threat ring as well. We were talking earlier about how Octocamo was like a great evolution of the camo system in 3. Another thing as well that I think works better with regards to camo in this is just how it's balanced. I feel like it's harder to abuse the camo system in this. That, you know, that the enemy's vision is just generally better, I think. It's how I feel about it anyway. I've had a harder time dealing with the enemies in this than in 3, I think, overall. Where in 3, you know, a lot of the time, enemies about to see you, get on the ground, put on the best camo, and then oftentimes you can get an easy shot on them just as they approach you. With how the levels are constructed in this and how they balance the enemy's vision with the camo, I find it's just a bit more challenging in this. It's kind of harder to, much easier to fuck up. You can't really abuse CQC slams in this as well, like you can in 3, outside of an alert phase, where you can just run up to them and CQC them to the floor. You have to walk up behind them in this. And it's kind of cool that that's a thing in 3, because it's pretty satisfying, but yeah, it feels a little bit better balanced in this, I think. GSR. A new and advanced type of assault rifle developed for special forces under the command of USS SOCOM. US SOCOM. Designed so that the user can mix and match accessories such as dot sights and flashlights in response to any given combat situation. Uses 7.62 millimeter, giving it good balance of stopping power and easy handling. Its box magazine holds 20 rounds, is that what it said? Ideal for situations demanding a compact weapon with high stopping power. Oh, yeah, we got a few other items in that last area as well. The compress. The Arsenal gear reference here. The Arsenal compress. Contains nanocolloids that relieve lower back pain caused by crouching for long periods of time. Manufactured by JEA. The relief it brings has the added effect of temporarily restoring psych. You'll also make less mistakes when rolling due to decreased psych. Yeah, the rolling can really fuck up Snake's back in this as well. I really do like how they tie some of the mechanics into Snake's old age, like the stress and the psych, the back pains, you know, really making his old age a part of the gameplay. I feel like they could have done a little bit better with it, but it's still pretty cool. You still get that feeling when you're playing. He even feels slightly slower as well. I think his running speed is a little bit slower than it is in the previous games. Like, it doesn't feel slow particularly, but it is noticeable. Just not quite as fast. Regain. Remember the advertisement as well with Snake holding up the bottle of Regain? Lightning in a black and yellow can. The only drink that can keep Snake going 24 hours a day. Quasi-medicinal 50 milliliter beverage. Dosage and administration. 150 milliliter can once per day for persons ages 15 and over. Ideal as a nutritional supplement for any of the following: bodily fatigue, febrile exhaustion, convalescence, women who are pregnant or nursing, and the physically frail. I think the only one that applies to Snake there is the physically frail. Noodles. The original and still the best. Just add hot water and in 3 minutes you'll be feasting on Hide-chan's thick, juicy noodles and rich, tangy broth. Everybody loves Hide-chan ramen. Completely restores life and partly restores psych. Kojima Productions ramen. What does it say about the box? A generic cardboard box. It may look pedestrian, but it's light, sturdy, and has 101 uses. How would we get by without them? A good cardboard box is a soldier's best friend. Having one handy can mean the difference between life and death. Nothing too special. What? Doesn't he usually talk to him? Did I cancel his dialogue? Or maybe it's because... He tells him that he's gonna help him. Like, they have a little chat. Theme of Tara. What's up?
What's going on? Four ugly sons of bitches? Sir, their appearance may be strange, but they demonstrated incredible combat ability. We've already lost several units. One of them does indeed seem capable of flight, sir. At the same time, it also maintains control over several UCAVs, increasing its air attack capability. Now, they appear capable of working together or acting independently. My guess is that they're building an aerial surveillance network, sir.
See, the more intel they have on the area, the more effective.
Exactly. You can tell by the way they're placing their snipers. They've got an edge. They must be getting full terrain data of the entire area.
So something you might not know about this scene. If we listen to this whole conversation, call Otacon afterwards so we can get some follow-up.
Otacon, you gave the Mark II stealth capability?
That shouldn't be what is on Snake's mind. Let's try that again.
Otacon.
Yeah, I heard it too.
There we go.
Special Forces unit with advanced gear. Who are they?
Some kind of mercenary hired by the PMCs? Anyway, if you do run into those guys, don't get caught off guard. And Snake, remember that guy said one of them has UCAVs under his control.
Right. One of his men picked up some pieces. That must be what they had in front of them. Looked the same as the one that bombed that building. They may be small, but they bite. Hard.
You better be extra careful they don't see you.
There we go. I'm not sure why we got the Mark II call there. That's the first time I've had that happen. Usually you'll get that call straight after. Let's go back. Actually, no.
Oh, it was you!
Looking at one of these ravens. Trying to figure out what the deal is. First time? Second not. Who are you responding to there? Did my chat freeze or something? Did I miss some question? We can do the same thing here as well.
Removing the lock on a gun. Otacon, can they really do that?
Sorry, don't know the specifics. Give me some time, I'll see what I can dig up.
Let me know if you find anything.
Will do.
Is this dude super good at speedruns or what the fuck? Who are you? This dude talking like I'm not even here. Look at this guy talking behind my back. Ask me the question. This dude. Middle Eastern militia disguise. Clothes for disguising Snake as a local Middle Eastern militiaman. You can put them on by selecting change costume under camouflage on the menu screen. So if we weren't good buddies with the militia, we could wear this outfit. And it wouldn't matter that we were enemies. We'd still be able to pass as one of them. But right now, we don't really need to do it. We took out all the PMCs in the previous area, so we're able to just chill in our regular Octocamo.
So that's where you went.
What's up? Gazzy Warrior, how's it going? look at the description here. Simple incendiary device put together from everyday objects, long favored by resistance and guerrilla groups, lacking proper equipment as well as traditional militaries when supplies run low. Although rudimentary in nature, its destructive power can rival that of conventional weaponry. Commonly known as a Molotov cocktail. While its explosions will not knock an enemy off their feet, it does have a wider incendiary range than a normal grenade.
Pretty sweet, huh? Whoa, hold it. Watch where you pointing that thing.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
You're not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
I'm a weapons wholesaler. All shapes, all sizes. But there's no need to worry, because all my shit's been laundered.
Laundered?
You see, I take ID guns like the PMCs use and make some mods. Then you can use them without having to match IDs. In other words, I'm a gun launderer. You can call me Drebin.
Drebin?
Yeah, they use that for all of us.
There are more of you?
All over the world. Not that I ever met any of them personally. Me, I'm Drebin number 893. You ain't a registered PMC employee, are you? You need a guy like me. Consider it a welcome gift. Take it. The M4. The official carbine model used by the U.S. Army, developed from the M16 service rifle. This one's a top-of-the-line model, real popular with the big PMCs. High precision, not like that government-issue shit. It's, free-floating, of course. Relax, that barrel's clean.
Is the hider CQC compatible?
The beauty of this sucker is that it's got a lot of customizable parts. Change it up the way you want to meet your everyday needs.
Flip-up sight, rail system. Not bad.
Yeah, well, you know, I get a lot of noobs around here. And if you need them, I got a wide selection of aftermarket parts as well.
The frame's pretty rigid. No rattle.
Go ahead, give her a squeeze.
I can't pull the trigger.
Really? That's weird.
What's weird?
Wait, I got it. I bet you're using an older generation of nanomachines.
Older generation?
Sometimes they don't really jive with the new system.
Seriously, who are you?
Whoa. Slow down. Oh, yeah. My My day job's working at AT Security. I'm in charge of production control. So I get my hands on all the ID chips before they even register. Have a sip. It's a side of AT the public don't see. From the looks of it, you ain't with any state army. But you ain't exactly green, neither. You've got last-gen nanomachines. So I'm guessing former U.S. Army. I don't know what you're here for. But you want to be well-equipped, am I right? So, can we talk business or what? You won't regret it.
What's your take on him, Otacon?
I don't particularly like the guy. But it looks like we'll need his help with those ID guns. Sonny's been doing a little sleuthing for us. Drebin, a well-known gun launderer in war economy circles. He's a businessman who deals mainly in selling black market firearms to small PMCs and local militia. Somalia, the Balkans, Lebanon, Darfur, Chechnya, Timor, Peru, the Punjab, Kashmir, Colombia. This guy really gets around.
How's he pull it off, anyway?
You can create a non-ID gun by replacing the ID recognition chip with a counterfeit version. This enables you to bypass the ID recognition process and use the gun. The problem is that there's still a record of the chip being replaced on the system side. Drebin's an employee of AT Security. He must have connections on the inside erasing records for him.
You think the Patriots are involved somehow?
I'm not so sure. If the Patriots were running the system from behind the scenes, then a weasel like Drebin would be a real pain in their collective ass.
Can he be trusted?
Remember, Drebin's a green collar. He makes his living off the war economy. He doesn't let emotions get in the way of business, and he never gets his own hands dirty. The only thing he trusts is money. I share your concern, but what if we keep him at arm's length? Use him only to get intel and the supplies we need. Keep it strictly business.
All right.
So, we ready to make a deal or what? Okay then, let's talk business. This is a war zone. There's product coming in here by the truckload. And you'll be picking up a lot of guns in the field, I'm sure. Whatever guns you don't need, I'll take and buy them off you. That'll earn you points you can cash in for services.
Like what?
I'll launder your ID guns, no more locks. And I can also sell you the guns I've got in stock. Let me show you. To ensure you can use non-ID guns, I'm gonna have to suppress the old nanomachines you got in you. Otherwise, they'll interfere with the system. Here, stick yourself with this. It's full of suppressor nanomachines. Relax, it won't hurt. You're scared of needles or something? See? No sweat. Now you can use non-ID guns, no problem. Hey, be nice to our guest. Step outside. Boo. There you see? No problem. From now on, when you pick up an ID gun that says lock, you just let me know. You name it, I can launder it. Of course, it'll cost you. The going rate depends on the war price at the time. Man, I gotta give this shit a rest.
Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
You might say that. What with the war economy and all, and the system clamping down on things. System codes are the law now, and control's essentially absolute, paving the way for fat profits if you're willing to bend the law. Demand keeps on growing thanks to the war economy. I sell ID guns to the PMCs and state armies, and naked guns to terrorist groups and paramilitaries. And these ID guns can't be sold on the black market. System's practically a license for us arms dealers to print money. Privatizing the military's made the PMCs big and bloated. The fatter the PMCs get, the line between civilian and soldier is gonna get real blurry. Sooner or later, the whole damn human race is gonna be green collars. More like we're all gonna be fighting proxy wars. But hey, this war economy puts the food on my table. You're a green collar too, aren't you? Yeah, it's in your eyes. You've seen a lot of combat.
What makes you think you know me?
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the same way. I grew up here too. I got no interest in the outside world. All right then. If you need me, holla. We specialize in speedy service. Catch my drift? I have you.
Love how they even add that little detail of the dust when the door closes. Hey, Omaru, take it easy. I'll probably be wrapping up soon as well anyway. And we'll continue this tomorrow. I'll go for a little bit longer yet, but I won't be going for too much longer. I'll probably start the stream a little bit earlier tomorrow as well. Hopefully, anyway, I'll get in a few hours earlier. See you later, Omaru.
I know what you're thinking, but Drebin does have a point. The world depends on war, on the war economy. Can you imagine what would happen if war just disappeared overnight?
Otacon, you and Drebin both mentioned something about a war price earlier. What did you mean by that?
It's a kind of market price, one that fluctuates according to demand, not only for PMCs and military industry, but for the production, distribution, and energy supply networks that support them. It's been growing by leaps and bounds, and investors are really starting to take notice. As the fighting in any given area becomes increasingly intense and prolonged, the war price goes up. No doubt Drebin's rates are linked to that war price. The longer and bloodier a battle becomes, the higher service prices are going to get. To put it another way, the quieter things are, the better the bargains. Snake, we'll use the Mark II to deal with Drebin from here on out. He's what you might call a street vendor. The Mark II can act as a kind of delivery boy, connect you with it. I'm adding a Drebin menu item to the Mark II's weapon menu. Whenever you pick up multiple units of the same weapon, any extras will automatically be sold to Drebin. Any ammo that's inside gets added to your cache. In other words, you keep the ammo, and the weapon itself gets traded to Drebin for points.
I see.
You can then use the points you've earned to unlock ID guns or buy new weapons.
Sounds good.
We should assume Drebin has other agents collecting guns for him besides you, Snake. You know, freelance green collars who collect weapons in exchange for services?
Guess I'll have to rely on him for now.
Okay. Now go meet up with our informants, Rat Patrol.
All right. Hey, what's up, friend? Left hours ago to finish watching a long-ass video on Sonic animations. We've only just met Drebin. We've been taking our time with this playthrough. We did watch a lot of the trailers beforehand.
Snake, hurry and get to the rendezvous point with our informants. First, you'll have to get to the other side of that collapsed building. The only way across is straight through.
And, obviously the game itself has a lot of long cutscenes as well. Get some new weapons here, I think. The sleep gas satchel, which can be pretty useful against some of the frogs. I'm not too crazy about Drebin's character overall, but I do think his character design is pretty clever. How he has he's the businessman on the top half and the soldier on the bottom half. It's a pretty cool reflection of the theme. The war economy. You know, he's got that fancy suit with the pants. Dot sight. You know, I guess we'll fuck around with some of the weapons a bit more than we usually do in this playthrough as well. Why not? Go for the scope. Master key, grip. Let's go for this grip. That should do. And of course it all gets added to the model that we can look at as well, man. The detail. I do like the monkey though. The absurd monkey in his diaper. That moment in Act 2 where he's desperately trying to get the cigarette. And Drebin shoos him inside. Come on, get your ass back inside. Now!
The walls could come down any second.
And he's really fighting with him. I like that. Yeah, drinking the soda and everything. He's pretty cool, I think. Little Gray.
We've been spotted! Return fire!
Something we were talking about last time as well, which is something I only learned recently, is that the numbers 893 are supposed to symbolize Yakuza. And again, I'm forgetting how all this works. Like the 8 is supposed to symbolize Ya, the 9 is Ku, and the 3 is Za. And I'm not sure what the explanation is for this again. Some kind of old Japanese card name or something that spells out Yakuza. But I'm not sure what symbolic purpose it's supposed to have with regards to the Yakuza. I remember we were talking about this before. The name is obviously a Naked Gun reference as well. Frank Drebin. Which makes sense with Drebin talking about, you know, how he's supplying naked guns to militias and all that. It's the losing hand in that card game, signifying they're the lowest members of society. Right. Right, right. Oh, hey, Listo as well. How's it going? That's pretty interesting. Is it supposed to be some kind of statement about how these gun launderers are viewed within the world of MGS4? That they're not really looked at in high regard? It's pretty interesting. Shock, yeah. I guess there is quite a bit of coat throwing in this as well. I like the dust on the camera here. Got some secret music up here. Here we go.
Who's there?
Go away! I'm not done yet!
Stop! No. Stop right there!
No!
Get back here!
Get a nice smell there, Snake. It's interesting how everyone loves the toilet humor in previous MGS games, but everyone hates this Johnny scene. I think the issue with the scene is that it portrays the soldiers in too much of a cartoonish light. You know, instead of just fucking shooting him, he's like, "Hey, get back here!" Why would he do that? You know? It's something that they do quite a bit in this game with the soldiers. Like, the soldiers just play completely stupid for the sake of the scene, whatever they're trying to do with the scene. You know, like with the way the frogs slowly approach Raiden and Snake in Haven, just for dramatic effect. And I think it's okay. Like, you don't have to look at that as being necessarily bad. You know, I'm sure for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, sure, you can suspend your disbelief for it. But for some reason, it does kind of bother me in this. You know, you could level the same criticism at MGS2 on the tanker with all the Marines standing around like fucking idiots, shooting Ray with their pistols and whatnot. And, you know, how they just let Ocelot give his speech and all that. There's definitely room to criticize too there with how they do it. And probably some other scenes that I can't really think of, that I'm not remembering. But there's something particularly silly about how they do it in 4. Like, just it seems like overly cartoonish or something. I don't know. It's not that this is the only toilet joke in this one. I gotta admit, I do kind of like when Johnny shits himself during the gameplay sequence in the Advent Palace when you're fighting the frogs for the first time. The level of detail is just, it's kind of, you have to respect it, I think. You know, and all the flies start flying around him. The fact that it's so easy to miss on a first playthrough as well. But then when you stop and look at it, it's like, wow, they put a lot of effort into this. But we'll look at that later when we get to that part of the game. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this scene in itself doesn't really bother me. It's just Johnny as a whole is kind of ridiculous in this game, how they make him such a huge part of the story. Although I don't really hate it entirely. There are things that bother me more about MGS4. The most amazing thing, like I keep saying, is how he never shits himself once he takes off the mask. Once he takes off the mask, that's it. Never shits himself again. Shows up at the wedding wearing a risky white suit. End solid with the 2 months. Cheers. It's so absurd. Like, if you know, let's forget MGS4 completely. And just imagining that Meryl would marry Johnny before this game came out. Like, it's the most ludicrous development. You know? Something that you wouldn't expect in a million years. Meryl is gonna marry that guy from MGS1 outside the cell who she beat up. That's what's gonna happen. In the final act, no less. They're gonna propose during the final act and get married in the epilogue. But I guess the series has a lot of pretty absurd developments that you wouldn't predict going from game to game.
Snake, is that a drum? And what, pray tell, do you plan to do with it? It's bigger than you are.
That's the point, Otacon. It has to be at least this size. How else am I going to fit?
Fit? Oh, I got it.
If the enemy's after me, I can hide inside until they're gone. And, unlike a cardboard box, in a pinch I can roll into a quick getaway.
Say, that does sound pretty good. To hide inside a drum, simply equip it as an item. To roll, press the crawl button to lie down on your side, then move as you normally would. Nice find, Snake. No wonder they call you a professional procurer on site.
Right. Hold on, let me see here. Tways. I'm not sure if I thanked you for the 4 months. Cheers. Mako with 33. Phantom Pain with the 11. Solid with the 2. Cheers, everyone. So, yeah. This is a pretty good representation of the cardboard box in this game. It's really not useful. Old box, old snake. And the barrel is pretty damn good. The barrel, you can have quite a bit of fun with the barrel in this, and it's pretty useful during certain sequences, like with the frogs. Even at the end of the game with the dwarf gecko, it can be pretty useful. Do you have to thank them every time, or can we just watch the game? But we're doing lots of other things aside from watching the game. We're stopping and we're talking about the story and all that shit. Is thanking subs really that bothersome?
Okay, Snake. Hurry to the rendezvous point. Your radar is marked with which way to go.
But yeah, I do have to thank them. I think it's pretty important to thank people who subscribe. Maybe if I was like, I don't know, maybe you watch a lot of streamers who have like fucking 10,000 subs or something. I don't have the luxury. I don't have that luxury, you know? Where it would actually detract from the stream, having to thank people. But I don't think we have that luxury. Where there are just way too many subs for us to thank. You know, if we had fucking 10, 20,000 subs and it was just gonna get in the way of the stream, you know, we'd have to do that, but...
I see you found yourself an operator uniform. As long as you're wearing it, you can do what you need to do and the militiamen won't suspect a thing. It'll be a useful tool in certain situations. But be careful. Hurt a fellow militiaman while wearing the uniform and you'll blow your cover. Got it?
It's completely new to manners? Yeah, I don't know. I guess he had shitty parents or something. You're probably right, Dave. It really is just bad manners. Like, I'm trying to justify all this shit about how he watches Twitch streams, but when it comes down to it, he's really just a fucking asshole who wasn't brought up properly. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry, man. Gotta be rough. Let's see. Fuck, there was a call I wanted to get about the drum can. And I don't think we can get it now. Let's see.
Otacon.
It's your fault, Dave.
They're not like the Metal Gears I'm used to dealing with.
It's your fault, Dave.
Strictly speaking, though, they're not Metal Gears.
What are you talking about?
The gears you fought before were all basically designed and produced to serve as nuclear platforms. Ray was an exception to the rule, but even that was an anti-Metal Gear weapon designed to defeat the Metal Gear clones popping up all over the world. Its value was still measured in terms of the framework of nuclear strategy. It's been 25 years since the end of the Cold War. We live in a world of regional conflict and asymmetric warfare, and it's getting worse every year. The age of the war economy is upon us. The value of Metal Gear as a weapon, the very concept itself, has changed with the times. You might even say it's evolved. Nowadays, a Metal Gear needs to be more than a nuclear attack platform. It needs to be adaptable, well-suited to fight in large numbers, traverse urban settings, and work alongside infantry. The Gecko were the answer. There are different types of Gecko designed for different missions, and not all of them are equipped with nuclear capabilities, so technically, they're not Metal Gears. Of course, there are still some of the old Metal Gears around. Their primary job is to launch nuclear strikes. But these days, Gecko are the first name in bipedal war machines. They may have gotten smaller, but they're as ferocious as ever. Whatever you do, don't underestimate them.
Don't worry. I wasn't planning on it.
I think I heard some alerts going off there, some kind of buzzing in my ear. I'm not sure what the deal was with that. Yeah, fuck all that noise. Let's keep playing here. Actually, let me try and get another call first.
Snake, I'm sure you've noticed the dust bins used for trash collection in that area. I'll bet they're big enough to fit inside. It could come in handy if you need to stay out of sight until the coast is clear. To get inside a dustbin, stand in front of it and press the action button.
Stand in front of it. Press the action button.
Yeah.
Hurry, Snake.
Fuck! Man, you have to do that call right after that scene. Ah, fuck it. We'll just keep going. I could probably save and reload just to show it. But, nah, we won't bother. Ah. It's been a while since I've done this. Oh. Does that count as a kill? Okay. Let me thank people seriously. Visionary with the 200 bits. Don't you dare thank me for the bits. Thank you, Visionary. Martian Dude, thank you for gifting a sub to Kaido Kid. Kantz, thank you for gifting a sub to Nobody. Thank you for resubbing, though, for 3 months. Dave, gifting a sub to Mean. Amazing Blanket, gifting a sub to Mac Koala. And I think that's everyone. Solid, pretty sure I thanked you for the 2 before. Cheers. Oh! Okay. All right.
Understood. Regroup and engage.
Brand with the 21 as well. Thank you. You know, I actually feel kind of bad. Maybe that guy really did have a terrible upbringing. What's up?
You sure? Need this?
Oh. Petro Mom, you want another one?
You sure? Need this?
Here.
You sure? Need this?
What about you?
Here.
Hey, thanks. Here you go.
Noodles, okay. There's no way you grew up on the streets, man. I don't believe that for a second.
Here.
What are you trying to do?
Here.
I'm trying to give you some fucking regain.
Hey.
Here.
Hey,
Want some more?
Hey.
Here.
Hey, thanks. Here, you can use it.
Yeah. Ooh, iPod music. From Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. Climactic action music. Featured in the battle fought before Big Boss formed Outer Heaven. Back when Kojima cared somewhat about Portable Ops. Imagine putting that in Peace Walker. Solid Snake 88 with the 13 months. Thank you. Ooh, that's stress. Hourglass with the 23 as well. Thank you. Look at that psych build up. Ah. Ooh, that's as far as it's going because of my health. Oh no, there we go. We're going a little bit. It's just slowing down. No, it doesn't change depending on the woman, does it? It does! He wasn't attracted to that last one. But he likes these two. Wait, now we've stopped altogether. I'm not sure. Does this depend on health as well? Oh, of course, I used the... Right, yeah, I forgot that affected sight. Right. I should have used another health item so we could really test it.
Back me up!
Oh, you're lucky.
That's how you do it. You saved my ass. Damn it. Nice work.
I didn't fucking kill my friend there by mistake, did I? And the stress goes down.
What's wrong? Here. Hey, thanks. Hey.
Gave me my noodles back. Cheers.
Here.
Anything else?
Hey, thanks. Here, you could use it. Here. Hey, thanks. Here, you could use it. Hey.
Can't give him the compress.
Here. What are you trying to do? Hey,
I'm trying to give you fucking...
Hey.
Okay. Laser sights. Don't mind if I do. I didn't see that interview. How tough am I? No. I might have to take a look at it. Cheers. Oh! Did you set yourself on fire? Did someone throw that at him? Or did he... Oh, fuck. I wonder what happened there. I don't think that usually happens. This is a pretty scripted little sequence with these two guys. I'm just wondering if someone threw it or if he killed himself. Alright, we try and get the liquid flashback. If we have enough ammo. Shame I gave away all these health items. Okay. The love hearts over the militia. That's kind of twisted. Okay. I'm dead. I'm dead. Why did I have to give them every single fucking health item I had? Fuck!
Snake, what's wrong?
Okay,
Answer
okay.
Me, please. Snake? Snake!
Notice how he's held up by puppet strings during that mission failed sequence. Kind of disturbing. Fitting in with the whole proxy theme. Oh! At least we can get the fucking call now. Okay.
Snake, is that a drum? And what, pray tell, do you plan to do with it? It's bigger than you are.
That's the point, Otacon. It has to be at least this size. How else am I going to fit?
Fit? Oh, I got it.
If the enemy's after me, I can hide inside until they're gone. And, unlike a cardboard box, in a pinch I can roll into a quick getaway.
Say, that does sound pretty good. To hide inside a drum, simply equip it as an item. To roll, press the crawl button to lie down on
We
your
did
side,
this call?
then
I don't
move
think we
as you
did.
normally would. Nice find, Snake. No wonder they call you a professional procurer on site.
This was the call I wanted to do last time, but I think we fucked it up because I moved forward. I didn't do it right after the scene. We did? Then I guess I just wasn't paying attention. I was reading the chat. Fuck, okay, that was the call I wanted to get, but we already did it. Guys, I think we'll leave it here for tonight. I've been going for 5 hours. It's very late here. We'll start tomorrow's stream a bit earlier, I think. I might do something else as well before we do MGS4. Maybe I'll do some big boss ranks or something just for a couple of hours. But yeah, hopefully I'll be on a little bit earlier tomorrow. Again, like I said before, this playthrough will probably take place over a few days. I don't think we'll finish it tomorrow, but we'll make some good progress anyway. And yeah, this will probably take a few days in total to get through. We want to do the podcasts. We want to do the making of, or the making ofs, because there are a couple, and I think we'll try and show all of them. But yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. Also, remember, on the 26th of this month, myself and DRK are doing a big 5-day marathon on this channel. So look forward to that, of course. And there'll probably be some new MGS emotes coming as well, so you can look forward to that too. Guys, thanks for watching. We'll dig into this again tomorrow. Until next time, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.